Chapter 3508. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian appeared above Yu Dongfeng's head, stepping on a gray sword. The sword looked very strange. As the sword flashed around it, the space around it twisted and folded as if it could draw upon the power of space. Chi! Suddenly, a sword ray shot out and a crack appeared in space. It was clearly visible and ferocious. How did you escape? Yu Dongfeng looked at Duan Lingtian with an ugly expression, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. His technique had trapped Duan Lingtian like an inescapable net. It had even shaken space and prevented Duan Lingtian from teleporting. But now, Duan Lingtian had appeared outside. Was it teleportation? Or was it some other technique? Amazing! In the spectator seats, some young geniuses who saw Duan Lingtian appear outside and completely avoid Yu Dongfeng's technique exclaimed from the bottom of their hearts. There were also some young geniuses who didn't see through the trick, but when they saw this scene, they felt that it was natural for Duan Lingtian to teleport out because he was skilled in the laws of space. It wasn't until Duan Lingtian spoke that they realized how naive they were. Your technique is not bad. It affects space and restricts space so that I can't teleport. Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked indifferently at Yu Dongfeng. If I hadn't mastered the space sword Dao, I wouldn't have been able to escape just now. I would have had to take your blow head on. Space sword Dao? Yu Dongfeng's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to restrain Duan Lingtian's space sword Dao even though he'd restricted space and prevented Duan Lingtian from teleporting. The space sword Dao not only contains the laws of space, but also the great Dao of the sword, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. You think I can't use the teleportation profundity because of your spatial restriction. However, you don't know I can use my sword Dao to break your spatial restriction before using the teleportation profundity. You actually used a single move to determine the victor? You've already made your move just now. Now it's my turn. As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, Yu Dongfeng's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the golden light on his body surged. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have turned into a golden man. The scorching sun behind him had also completely merged into his body. Around his body, tens of thousands of golden sword rays shuttled back and forth. From afar, it looked like a layer of terrifying defense, surrounded by all kinds of defensive talismans. Obviously, Yu Dongfeng was doing his best to stop Duan Lingtian's next move. Duan Lingtian is going to make a move? The scene in front of them caused the originally lively audience seats to become deathly silent. Numerous gazes landed on the arena one after another, looking at the purple-clothed young man who had an indifferent and carefree face. Unlike the purple-robed young man's indifference, Yu Dongfeng's entire body was glowing with a golden light. It was as if a god had descended upon the world, illuminating all the darkness and making it impossible for the darkness to hide. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. He did not make a big move as everyone had expected. He raised his hand and casually slapped down on Yu Dongfeng. Bang! As his palm landed, there was a crisp sound. At the place where his palm landed, the void vibrated, then folded and twisted. Many clearly visible sword rays tore through the air and fell like shadows. These sword rays seemed to have become one with the void. They followed the path of the void's distortion, which was extremely strange. If one did not look closely, it would be difficult to see the traces of these sword rays. It hit. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian's move finally landed on Yu Dongfeng, who had been prepared for it. The golden light on Yu Dongfeng's body surged at this moment. At the same time, the tens of thousands of sword rays around him converged, forming a solid barrier on the surface of his body that could block all external attacks. There were no fluctuations, no intense collision as everyone had expected. Poochie! Poochie! A soft sound was heard, which was extremely strange. The golden light on Yu Dongfeng's body was as strong as before, but Duan Lingtian's attack, the sword rays that swept through the void, seemed to ignore all of Yu Dongfeng's defensive power. They easily passed through without triggering the defensive power. It was as if they were Yu Dongfeng's own power, so they did not encounter any resistance. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Dongfang stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. He seemed to have lost his mind. The golden light on his body also gradually dissipated. The dazzling golden sword light gradually merged into his body and completely disappeared. In the next moment, Yu Dongfang's figure appeared. The moment Yu Dongfang's figure appeared, many of the onlookers gasped in unison. Their eyes were filled with horror and shock. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces were filled with horror, as if they were looking at a ferocious beast. At this moment, Yu Dongfang's figure was covered in blood from head to toe. It was as if he was dyed in blood, and it looked like specks of red roses were sprinkling on the ground. As long as one looked carefully, it was not difficult to see that there were fine sword scars all over Yu Dongfang's body, including his face. There were many sword scars. If one looked deeper, Yu Dongfang would have died without a doubt. Yu Dongfang was stunned for a moment before he circulated his celestial origin energy to heal his injuries in front of everyone. Although there were many injuries, they were only superficial and healed in a short while. After his injuries were healed, Yu Dongfang changed into a new robe in front of everyone. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he was no longer as overbearing as before. Instead, his gaze was filled with complicated emotions. He knew Duan Lingtian had shown mercy earlier. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. Thank you? Yu Dongfang spat out the two words with difficulty before he turned around and returned to the spectator seats. During this process, anyone who was paying attention to him could see the loneliness in his back. Yu Dongfang had been defeated. It was a complete and utter defeat. The crowd only glanced at Yu Dongfang's back before they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. None of them had expected this young man who was only slightly over 600 years old to be so strong. So this is the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm afraid only someone like him is qualified to be the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. How terrifying! Yu Dongfang's technique is far stronger than an ordinary 5-star god of war's technique, but it was easily neutralized by Duan Lingtian. It seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a top 5-star god of war. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Yu Dongfang so easily? Duan Lingtian's strength is only second to Huang Quanan among the 5-star gods of war who participated in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. This time, when Duan Lingtian made his move, his strength was even stronger than before. This made everyone realize that he was still concealing his strength. He had the strength of an elite 5-star god of war, and it was enough to suppress an ordinary 5-star god of war. Yu Dongfang was considered strong among the 5-star gods of war, but he was still defeated by Duan Lingtian. Did you notice? After revealing his strength as a 5-star god of war, Yu Dongfang lost 2 consecutive battles? I think so. First, he met Huang Quanan, and now, he met Duan Lingtian. Why is he so unlucky? I think he's traumatized by all of this. When the atmosphere became a little heavy, some of the more optimistic people changed the topic and adjusted the atmosphere. Brother Feng, junior nephew Duan's strength is truly shocking. Is this his full strength? Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, asked curiously as he looked at Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, he did not receive a reply from Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang only smiled faintly in response to Ding Fu's question. It's still not his full strength. Ding Fu was even more shocked when he saw this. Based on his understanding of Feng Qingyang, he knew Feng Qingyang was confident. How could he be so confident in his only true disciple? Duan Lingtian. I must possess him. On the other side of the small suspended island, Tathagata, also known as Miyin, stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes. The desire in the depths of his heart grew even stronger. Apart from being amazed by Duan Lingtian's strength, his desire to possess Duan Lingtian's body grew stronger. If he did not have any scruples, he would have charged into the arena and abducted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. The title temple must find a way to obtain him. Even Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple, who was presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, was looking at Duan Lingtian calmly. However, he was inwardly shocked. Duan Lingtian's performance had exceeded his expectations. His mastery of the law of space and his mastery of the sword Dao was astounding. His mastery of the law of space and his mastery of the sword Dao was even more amazing. He was even able to dodge Yu Dongfang's attack. Even an ordinary 5-star god of war would not be able to dodge Yu Dongfang's attack. Duan Lingtian, I feel like you surprise me every time you make a move. Do you have any other trump cards? Tang Sanpao asked mockingly as soon as Duan Lingtian returned to the arena. Don't worry, I'll challenge you when it's my turn, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought Tang Sanpao would react to Duan Lingtian's words. However, Tang Sanpao merely looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I'll wait and see. At this moment, Tang Sanpao's aura seemed to have changed. He was no longer frivolous. Instead, he seemed much more serious. Number 10. Su Konghai spoke again. Only then did everyone's attention return to him. Number 10, it's Lu Xuyan. Lu Xuyan was the last 5-star god of war to display her strength in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. She was also a woman. Chapter 3509. A woman dressed in a loose gray robe entered the arena. She had a bamboo hat on her head, and her face was covered with a veil. She looked out of place. Perhaps this kind of attire was more suitable for a pitch-black night, rather than in broad daylight. I didn't expect there to be 2 female 5-star gods of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses this time. In the past, it was considered good if there was a female 5-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Someone sighed as he looked at Lu Xuyan. The others agreed with his words as well. Although there were many female powerhouses in the Devata realms, and there were many female gods in the realms of gods as well, it was undeniable that women were weaker than men in terms of cultivation. This was something that had been decided since birth. Of course, the weakness mentioned here was only an overall comparison. Some female powerhouses were so talented that most men could not compare to them. Even the supreme powerhouses who stood at the pinnacle of heaven and earth had more than one female powerhouse. Who do you think Lu Xuyan will challenge? Seeing Lu Xuyan stepping onto the stage, many people became curious as to who Lu Xuyan would challenge. Naturally, Lu Xuyan would not be able to challenge Duan Lingtian since he had just fought with Duan Lingtian. Even if he did not seem to be exhausted, he would still be able to fight without a fight. Lu Xuyan hovered in the air as she glanced at the few 5-star gods of war. Finally, she fixed her eyes on one person. I challenge Yi Dongli, who's ranked 7th. Yi Dongli was the only female 5-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses this year. Earlier, some people had been whispering among themselves, wondering if Lu Xuyan would challenge Yi Dongli. Many people thought it was highly possible since both of them were women. Moreover, Yi Dongli was ranked ahead of Lu Xuyan. It's said that women are tigers. As expected, there can't be 2 tigers on one mountain. Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, said as he shook his head. As for Yi Dongli, faced with Lu Xuyan's challenge, she promptly moved forward and confronted Lu Xuyan from afar. Lu Xuyan, you shouldn't have challenged me. Yi Dongli's voice was calm and straightforward. So confident? Lu Xuyan's words were very brief. Her tone was indifferent. She was not affected by Yi Dongli's confidence in the slightest. Instead, her eyes were filled with battle intent. It was as if she was itching to immediately fight Yi Dongli. Come! When Yi Dongli spoke again, her body swayed, and lotuses appeared with every step she took. Streams of green light rose from under her feet, and then spread out, displaying a flourishing vitality. Yi Dongli was skilled in the laws of wood. Whoosh! 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 Following the sound of air being torn apart, the emerald green energy surged out from Yi Dongli's body. It turned into thick and powerful green vines that whizzed toward Lu Xuyan. The vines were like ferocious pythons, opening their bloody mouths and pouncing over. The fusion profundities of the laws of wood appeared. Facing Yidongli's first attack, Lu Shiyen's expression was calm. Soon after, as her clothes fluttered, cyan-colored wind blades started to sweep around her body. It was as if they had formed a small tornado. Furthermore, within this small tornado, there were also wind blades that were as sharp as knives and swords. Humph! Yidongli coldly snorted. After that, she controlled her vines to surround Lu Shiyen. She wanted to bind Lu Shiyen and suppress her. However, Lu Shiyen was not someone who was easy to deal with. With just a thought, wind blades filled the sky and met Yidongli's vines head-on. Soon after, the wind blades collided with Yidongli's vines. Under normal circumstances, the wind blades should be able to cut through the vines easily. However, the vines formed by Yidongli's laws of wood and celestial origin energy were not ordinary vines. No matter how the wind blades collided with them, they only left some scratches on the vines. Condense! Lu Shiyen's indifferent voice resounded through the air. Soon after, the crowd saw that as Lu Shiyen's voice faded, the numerous sharp wind blades that filled the sky condensed into a gigantic wind blade that flew towards the incoming vines. 1. The gigantic wind blade slashed through the air, causing the air to stagnate for a moment. Then, it cut through the vines that were in the lead and continued to attack the remaining vines. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as the wind blade was about to reach the vines, the crowd saw a dark green light flowing from Yidongli's body into the vines that were not cut through. In an instant, the vines seemed to be covered in a layer of dark green clothing. There were also sharp thorns that flickered with cold light, giving off a sharp and tough feeling. 1. Lu Shiyen swung the gigantic wind blade again. When it landed on the vines, it produced a series of ear-piercing and crisp sounds. At the same time, sparks flew from the point of collision. It was as though two iron weapons were colliding violently. You have some skills! Lu Shiyen exclaimed in surprise. Then, she made her move. Her body merged with the wind and whistled as she charged forward. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, in the eyes of those who were not even five-star gods of war, it was as though Lu Shiyen had disappeared into thin air. They could only hear the whistling of the wind when she moved. Even the five-star gods of war could only see a series of afterimages. Fast! Too fast! Many people cried out in surprise. Whoosh! 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 Just when everyone thought that Yidongli would be unable to hit Lu Shiyen and would fall into a passive state, the vines that were originally attacking Lu Shiyen retracted. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Yidongli and formed a cage made of vines. Although it appeared as though Yidongli was trapped within the cage, it was actually an indestructible defense. The dark green skin of the vines and the sharp thorns on the skin were still flickering with an ice-cold luster. Clang! 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 Lu Shiyen rushed over as if she had turned into wind. Bursts of powerful energy whizzed out and landed on the cage made ear-piercing sounds. However, they were unable to break through the cage's defense. You are very strong. If I don't use an immortal weapon, it will be difficult for me to defeat you. Yidongli, who was in the cage, stared at Lu Shiyen outside and slowly spoke. You're not the only one who has an immortal weapon. Lu Shiyen was not to be outdone. At the same time, she raised her hand and a scarlet 3-foot-long sword appeared in her hand. As she swung the sword, a scarlet-red liquid seemed to be flowing on the surface of the sword. The tip of the sword was sharp, and it shone with a terrifying light. Naturally, it was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. My celestial weapon is different from your celestial weapon. As Yidongli spoke again, a dark green whip appeared in her hand. The whip was 5 meters long, and as it danced, it was like a venomous python constantly wriggling its body. Following that, Yidongli's eyes narrowed and her hand trembled. Then, an image appeared from the whip. Surprisingly, it was an image that resembled a python. After it appeared, it stared at Lu Shiyen coldly. Weapon spirit? Lu Xiuyan's expression changed drastically. She did not expect Yi Dongli's Emperor-grade celestial weapon to possess a weapon spirit. Heavens! The onlookers were shocked as well. None of them expected Yi Dongli to possess an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Up until now, only a few Emperor-grade celestial weapons had appeared in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Most of the Emperor-grade celestial weapons had appeared in the hands of young geniuses with prominent backgrounds. If it was not for the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, they would not have heard of Yi Dongli at all. However, since she possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit, it was clear she had an extraordinary background. Even if she was a sectless cultivator who lived in seclusion, there was no doubt she had an extraordinary senior backing her up. After all, it was not easy to obtain an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. It was as difficult as obtaining a Devata artifact. Naturally, the Devata artifact referred to the Devata artifact without a weapon spirit. Even if it was a primitive Devata artifact, a Devata artifact with a weapon spirit could not be compared to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. The weapon spirit of an Emperor-grade celestial weapon was forcibly refined from a foreign being. On the other hand, the weapon spirit of a Devata artifact was naturally born. Naturally, some Devata artifact's weapon spirit was transferred from another Devata artifact's weapon spirit. For example, Huang'er, the sword spirit of Duan Lingtian's prominent Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. In the past, Huang'er was the weapon spirit of Ling Jiuyan's sister's prominent Devata artifact. Her master is a god. It's only natural for her to possess an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. After all, Tang Sanpao had told Duan Lingtian and the others that Yi Dongli's master was a god. Therefore, they were not surprised to see Yi Dongli taking out an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. In fact, they felt it was only natural for her to possess an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. For Celestials, an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit was extremely precious. However, it was nothing to a god. In fact, as long as a god wanted to, even if he was not a celestial weapon craftsman, it would be easy for him to refine an Emperor-grade celestial weapon using the divine flame condensed from his divine energy. He could even capture a powerful being and make it the weapon spirit of the Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Unless Lu Suyen is concealing her true strength. Otherwise, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle, Su Li said. What happened next was just as Su Li had expected. After Yi Dongli took out her Emperor-grade celestial weapon, Yi Dongli quickly gained the upper hand and defeated Lu Suyen. In fact, Lu Suyen's strength was on par with Yi Dongli even without using her celestial weapon. However, Yi Dongli still managed to defeat Lu Suyen with her celestial weapon. If I had such a celestial weapon, I wouldn't have lost to you. Although Lu Suyen was defeated, a hint of unwillingness could be seen in her eyes. Thank you for letting me win. Yi Dongli smiled faintly before she turned around and returned to her seat. Another battle between the 5-star gods of war had ended. 9th place, Huang Quanan! Soon after, Su Konghai's voice rang in the air. Literature Center. Chapter 3510. Huang Quanan! This young genius was also an unknown figure in the past. If he hadn't drawn Yu Dongfang as his opponent in the previous stage and displayed his strength, no one would have known that he had such strength. He was skilled in the law of time and had mastered the time law's thought. Rumor had it that even those who had mastered the time law's thought were invincible against those below the level of a 6-star god of war. Without the strength of a 6-star god of war, it would be difficult to resist his thought. It's Huang Quanan's turn. After all, no one was certain who would come in first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses between Huang Quanan and Yu Dongfang. However, many people felt Huang Quanan had the ability to rank first in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. With Huang Quanan's thought, apart from a 6-star god of war, no one is a match for him. I think Huang Quanan is definitely going to rank first in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Huang Quanan is too strong. It won't be difficult for him to rank first unless there's a 6-star god of war or stronger in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. A 6-star god of war? Is that possible? A 6-star god of war is considered a top-notch expert under the command of a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Some heavenly emperors only have 1 or 2 6-star gods of war. Although the crowd had mentioned a 6-star god of war, none of them thought there would be a 6-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses this time. After all, such a situation was rare in the past. In the history of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, there were less than 10 6-star gods of war who were younger than 1,000 years old. What did that mean? The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was held once every 1,000 years, 10 times every 10,000 years, 100 times every 100,000 years, 1,000 times every 1,000,000 years, and 10,000 times every 10,000,000 years. The history of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was at least 1,000,000 years old. Naturally, only the people in the Tidal Temple knew the details. If the history of the Devata realm was more than 1,000,000 years old, there were less than 10 6-star gods of war who were younger than 1,000 years old. There were less than 10 people in more than 1,000 Devata realms battles of geniuses. On average, there would only be 1 6-star god of war under the age of 1,000 in every 100 Devata realms battles of geniuses. The 100th Devata realm battle of geniuses was equivalent to 100,000 years. 1 in 100,000 years. The probability of this happening was too small. Would he appear in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses in their era? No one dared to think too much. Because this was something infinitely close to impossible. For this reason, nobody thought there would be a 6-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. The probability of that happening was close to 0. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the unprepossessing Huang Quanan flew into the arena. Huang Quanan, who do you want to challenge? Even Su Konghai, who usually had a serious face, looked at Huang Quanan with a bit more enthusiasm. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Could this Huang Quanan be the trump card of the Tidal Temple? Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in the spectator seat, thought to himself. At the same time, he did not forget to inform his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, of his thoughts. I don't think so, Feng Qingyang replied. Many things can't be faked. For example, the way Su Konghai looks at Huang Quanan is different from the way he looks at Huang Quanan now. He's very polite to Huang Quanan now. If Huang Quanan is really the Tidal Temple's trump card, there's no way he would be so polite to Huang Quanan now. I think Huang Quanan is just a young prodigy. There must be someone else in the Tidal Temple's trump card, Feng Qingyang said. Someone else? After listening to Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but look at the remaining 5-star gods of war. Out of the 11 5-star gods of war, only he and Ling Jiayun could be excluded. Therefore, there were only 9 people left. It was unlikely that Huang Quanan was the Tidal Temple's trump card, and it was unlikely that Lu Xiyan was the Tidal Temple's trump card. Therefore, there were only 7 people left. Apart from Yu Dongfang, there were only 6 people left. Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Zhou Yongqi, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, Sima Rui. Duan Lingtian quickly eliminated one of the 6 people. Zhou Yongqi is the direct disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingwu. It's unlikely that he's the Tidal Temple's trump card. Therefore, there are only 5 people left: Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. Hong Yuan and Sima Rui are both from the Tidal Temple, so it's not surprising that he's one of them. However, Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, and Yi Dongli have mysterious backgrounds. Moreover, they're all sectless cultivators. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to his master, Feng Qingyang, again. Master, do you think Tang Sanpao is the trump card of the Tidal Temple? His master, do you know him? Although I know his master and know that he's a reclusive celestial, I'm not sure if his master is related to the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple has been around for a long time. There are some powerhouses who don't hold any positions in the Tidal Temple and live in seclusion. It's not impossible that he's a member of the Tidal Temple. This was Feng Qingyang's reply to Duan Lingtian. For a time, the trump card of the title temple seemed even more mysterious. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had no idea who the trump card of the title temple was. Duan Lingtian decided on 5 people: Zhong Guiyu, Tang San Pao, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. Among these 5 people, Duan Lingtian did not think Yi Dongli was the trump card of the title temple. After all, he did not see any signs of Yi Dongli holding back during her battle with Lu Suyen. Moreover, Yi Dongli had used the weapon spirit of her Emperor-grade celestial weapon. If she really had strength to spare, there was no need for her to use the weapon spirit of her Emperor-grade celestial weapon, since it could be used as a trump card. Since she had used the weapon spirit as a trump card, it meant there was nothing else she could do. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not think Yi Dongli could be the trump card of the title temple. With this, only 4 people were left. They were Zhong Guiyu, Tang San Pao, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. Tang San Pao was the person whom Duan Lingtian had known the longest among the 4. He could be considered a friend. However, he was wary of this friend who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was not that Duan Lingtian was overly suspicious. It was just that Tang Sanpao's friendliness was too different from Tang Sanpao's strength. Just as Zhang Tianyu had said, Sanpao didn't look like a powerhouse in front of them at all. If Huang Quanan challenges Zhong Guiyu and defeats him, we can eliminate Zhong Guiyu from the title temple. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Huang Quanan, who was standing in the middle of the square. At this moment, Huang Quanan finally made up his mind and said, "I challenge Zhong Guiyu, who's in first place." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Huang Quanan's words. An uproar broke out among the crowd. Huang Quanan is really going to challenge Zhong Guiyu. It's not hard to guess. With Huang Quanan's strength, anyone below a 6-star god of war is no threat to him. It doesn't matter who he defeats. Why not defeat the person who's currently in the front? After Huang Quanan spoke, most people felt that Huang Quanan was going to win. However, there were also a small number of people who were hopeful that Zhong Guiyu might be a 6-star god of war. Duan Lingtian was also one of the people who thought he would be lucky. If Zhong Guiyu displayed the strength of a 6-star god of war in front of Huang Quanan, it meant that he was the trump card of the title temple. If he lost to Huang Quanan, it meant that he was not the trump card of the title temple. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhong Guiyu's figure flashed as she entered the arena like a bolt of lightning. She looked at Huang Quanan and said in an incomparably solemn tone, "Originally, I should admit defeat. However, I still want to personally experience the vicissitudes of a single thought." As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing light rose from Zhong Guiyu's body. Not only did it seem to be able to illuminate all the darkness in the world, it even seemed to be able to annihilate everything. "As you wish." Huang Quanan also made his move when Zhong Guiyu took the initiative to attack. First, he froze Zhong Guiyu's movement. Even the blazing light on Zhong Guiyu's body suddenly stopped. It was as if a picture of a burning flame had been taken and froze at that moment. After a while, time returned to normal. When Zhong Guiyu regained his senses, Huang Quanan's vicissitudes of a thought had also arrived. In the blink of an eye, it entered Zhong Guiyu's body. During this process, Zhong Guiyu did not even have the chance to react. Just like that, Zhong Guiyu followed in Yu Dongfeng's footsteps. He turned from a young man to an old man in the blink of an eye. "Do you still want to continue?" Huang Quanan asked with a smile as he looked at the old Zhong Guiyu. Many people in the audience gasped. Huang Quanan's harmless smile caused everyone's hair to stand on end when they saw it. This fellow could freeze a person's time with just a smile. Moreover, he could turn a person from a young man into an old man with one foot in the grave. His methods were so strange that it made one's heart tremble. "I admit defeat." A bitter smile appeared on Zhong Guiyu's old face. "I can't block your law of time at all. It's not him." When Zhong Guiyu admitted defeat, most of the people in the audience looked calm. They were not surprised at all. However, Duan Lingtian eliminated Zhong Guiyu from the list again. Zhong Guiyu was not the trump card of the title temple. As such, there were only 3 people left who were the most suspicious: Tang San Pao, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. 8th place, Hong Yuan, go up and challenge the person ranked before you. Su Konghai's voice sounded again. Chapter 35:11. Hong Yuan was a young prodigy nurtured by the Tidal Temple. As soon as Hong Yuan entered the arena, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at him. If Hong Yuan is really the Tidal Temple's trump card, he should be challenging Huang Quanan, who's ranked first, and replacing him. There's no need for him to continue hiding in this round. Moreover, the trump card of the Tidal Temple might not be hiding anything. It's just that no one has been able to force him to use his full strength yet. If Hong Yuan is the trump card of the Tidal Temple, he won't be able to continue hiding it when he's facing Huang Quanan. His master, Feng Qingyang, had speculated that the trump card of the Tidal Temple was a 6-star god of war. It was also his speculation. Now, he was even more certain that his speculation was correct. This was because even though Huang Quanan had appeared, the vice-temple master of the main hall, Su Konghai, and the other temple masters of the Tidal Temple's sub-halls did not seem worried at all. It was as though they were not worried that Huang Quanan would pose a threat to the trump card of the Tidal Temple. At that time, Duan Lingtian was certain. There was no doubt the trump card of the Tidal Temple was a 6-star god of war. Will Hong Yuan challenge Huang Quanan? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted when everyone was wondering who Hong Yuan would challenge, and a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes at the right time. If Hong Yuan were to challenge Huang Quanan, it would mean he was most likely the hidden trump card of the Tidal Temple. If Hong Yuan were to challenge Huang Quanan and win, it would mean he was most likely the hidden trump card of the Tidal Temple. If he didn't challenge Huang Quanan without any other convincing reason, it was very likely that he wasn't the hidden trump card of the Tidal Temple. At the same time, Hong Yuan, who had entered the arena, said, "I'll challenge Zhou Yongqi, who is ranked 5th. In the end, Hong Yuan did not challenge the current first-place Huang Quanan, the second-place Zhong Guiyu, the third-place Teng Sanpao, and the 4th-place Duan Lingtian. Instead, he chose to challenge the 5th-place Zhou Yongqi. Zhou Yongqi was originally in 4th place, but because of Huang Quanan's successful challenge, Zhong Guiyu, who was previously in 1st place, fell by 1 place, and the people behind him also fell by 1 place. Therefore, he was currently ranked 5th. It seems like he's not the trump card of the Tidal Temple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If Hong Yuan was the trump card of the Tidal Temple, he wouldn't have challenged Zhou Yongqi. It would have been a waste of time. As long as he defeated Huang Quanan and replaced him, he would be able to intimidate most of the young prodigies. The reason he said that he would be able to intimidate most of the young prodigies and not all of them was because he would not be intimidated by others. If he's not Hong Yuan, then there are only 2 people who are most likely to be the trump card. One is Sima Rui, the young prodigy nurtured by the Tidal Temple, and the other is Teng Sanpao. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Teng Sanpao. When Teng Sanpao saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Duan Lingtian shook his head before he turned to look at Duan Lingtian again. Between Sima Rui and Teng Sanpao, Duan Lingtian was more inclined to believe Sima Rui was the latter. Unlike Sima Rui, Teng Sanpao always gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that he could not see through him. Moreover, his personality had changed a lot. Usually, he acted like a friendly person, but when he displayed his shocking strength in the arena, he acted like an expert. At the same time, Hong Yuan began to fight Zhou Yongqi, whom he had challenged. As the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Yongqi was, naturally, not a simple person. In the face of Hong Yuan, who had challenged him, he was evenly matched with Hong Yuan in a short period of time. However, after a few dozen moves, Hong Yuan was defeated by Zhou Yongqi even though he had displayed strength that was slightly stronger than before. Zhou Yongqi had also concealed his strength previously. Number 8. After Hong Yuan, it was the turn of the current number 8, the former number 7 Yi Dongli. After Yi Dongli entered the arena, she swept her gaze across the arena. After she glanced at Duan Lingtian, her gaze finally landed on Ling Jueyun. "I challenge Ling Jueyun, who is ranked 6th. Ling Jueyun was originally ranked 5th. However, After Huang Quanan defeated Zhong Guiyu and replaced him, his ranking dropped to 6th. In the face of Yi Dongli's challenge, Ling Jiuyun's expression was as cold as ever. Ling Jiuyun, are you confident? Tang Sanpao asked when Ling Jiuyun stood up. Does she have an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit? However, Ling Jiuyun ignored Tang Sanpao and directly attacked Yi Dongli. Yi Dongli was infuriated. Ling Jiuyun, you're the most ungentlemanly man I've ever met. Ling Jiuyun ignored her and continued to attack Yi Dongli. In just a blink of an eye, he was about to suppress Yi Dongli. After Yi Dongli was at a disadvantage, she no longer hesitated and took out her Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Even so, she was still defeated by Ling Jiuyun. After Duan Lingtian and Huang Quanan, Ling Jiuyun displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Heavens! I didn't expect Ling Jiuyun to be so strong as well. I came here with Ling Jiuyun from Feng Qingtian's title temple. I thought he was only a 3-star god of war. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Now, he's even a top 5-star god of war. Ling Jiuyun and Duan Lingtian are second only to Huang Quanan. If nothing goes wrong, they'll be second and third after Huang Quanan. After Ling Jiuyun displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war, a commotion broke out among the crowd. It was comparable to the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian defeating Yu Dongfang. Ling Jiuyun, do you have a cultivation partner? After being defeated by Ling Jiuyun, the anger on Yi Dongli's face quickly disappeared. She asked loudly as she watched Ling Jiuyun leave. As soon as she asked, the atmosphere of the scene was stirred up. Many people even shouted, together, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Ling Jiuyun paused for a moment on his way back. Then, he continued walking without looking back. Ling Jiuyun, I think Yi Dongli isn't bad. Why don't you consider her? When Ling Jiuyun returned, Su Li couldn't help but laugh. Let's spar. When Ling Jiuyun spoke, the smile on Su Li's face froze. If he were to spar with Ling Jiuyun now, it would be no different from asking for a beating. Looks like you've improved a lot over the years. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jiuyun and sighed. It won't be easy to surpass you, Ling Jiuyun said. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not reply as he shifted his attention back to the stage. After Ling Jiuyun successfully defended his position against Yi Dongli, who was ranked 8th, it was Sima Rui's turn to challenge those who were ranked higher. However, since Ling Jiuyun, who was ranked 6th, had just been challenged, Sima Rui could not challenge him now. There were only 5 targets he could choose from: Huang Quanan, Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Duan Lingtian, and Zhou Yongqi. Perhaps the title temple's trump card will be revealed soon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Sima Rui. Sima Rui was a young genius nurtured by the title temple, just like Hong Yuan. Between him and Tang Sanpao, one of them was most likely the hidden trump card of the title temple, the trump card that would be awarded the exploding element immortal fruit. Duan Lingtian's judgment of Sima Rui was similar to Hong Yuan's judgment of Sima Rui. If Sima Rui was the title temple's trump card, he would definitely challenge Huang Quanan, who was ranked 1st. However, if he was not, he would not challenge Huang Quanan. I'll challenge Zhong Guiyu, who is ranked 2nd. Duan Lingtian dismissed Sima Rui when he heard Sima Rui's words. He was certain that Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind him, was the title temple's trump card. Tang Sanpao, are you confident you can defeat Ling Jiuyun? Duan Lingtian asked as he turned to look at Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. Then, he smiled and asked, Why are you suddenly asking this? You've hidden it well. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao meaningfully before he said something that the others did not understand. What are you talking about? Tang Sanpao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. The exploding element celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian mentioned the exploding element celestial fruit that the winner of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses would be able to obtain. Upon hearing this, Su Li and the others were even more confused. Why did Duan Lingtian suddenly mention this? You've discovered it? Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed. In an instant, his aura changed once again. He was no longer as frivolous as before. Instead, he was cold and unapproachable. It seems like I'm right. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Why did you approach us? To know yourself and your enemy? Do I need to? Tang Sanpao asked. You're very confident, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. I'm all right. However, you and Ling Jueyun aren't too bad either. So far, I can't tell if you've done your best or not, Tang Sanpao said. We'll find out soon, right? I'll wait and see. The strange conversation between Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao caused the atmosphere to become awkward. Su Li could not help but ask Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, what are you talking about with Tang Sanpao? Su Li, he's the trump card of the Tidal Temple. Although Duan Lingtian was certain Tang Sanpao was the trump card of the Tidal Temple, he did not dare to be certain. Perhaps he was wrong. However, at this moment, he was certain. Tang Sanpao was the trump card of the Tidal Temple. What? Su Li had heard about the trump card of the Tidal Temple from Duan Lingtian. He had also paid attention to it, but he did not pay as much attention to it as Duan Lingtian. Chapter 35:12. Was Tang Sanpao the hidden trump card of the titled God Emperor? He was suspected to be a 6-star god of war? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reminder, Su Li could not help but turn to look at Tang Sanpao. He saw that Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao's aura seemed to have changed drastically. It was the same as when he had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war in the arena. He was no longer his usual self. Bang! A loud noise attracted Su Li's attention. Sima Rui and Zhong Guiyu had exchanged blows. One was ranked 7th while the other was ranked 2nd. If Sima Rui won, he would be able to replace Zhong Guiyu. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Sanpao again. Then, he retracted his gaze. His heart was as calm as still water. He had not reached the point where he could confide in Tang Sanpao. Even though he knew that Sima Rui was the final trump card of the Tidal Temple, he did not feel much. The only emotion he felt was pride? Pride? Even if Tang Sanpao did not approach them entirely because he wanted to find out more about them, it was definitely part of the reason. Even if Tang Sanpao did not want to admit it, it was useless. Sima Rui can't do it. He is at a disadvantage. As Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly, the sighs of the nearby young geniuses sounded out by his ears, and he focused his gaze to look at the battlefield. Only now did he notice that after the battle between Sima Rui and Zhong Guiyu, Sima Rui had fallen into a disadvantage. Moreover, after 10 moves, Sima Rui could no longer hold on and was defeated by Zhong Guiyu. I lost. After Hong Yuan, another young 5-star god of war from the Tidal Temple had failed his challenge. Zhong Guiyu was ranked 2nd. 6th place, Ling Jueyun. After Sima Rui was defeated by Zhong Guiyu, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main palace, who was in charge of overseeing the battle of geniuses in the Devata realms, announced. Everyone's attention shifted from Zhong Guiyu to Ling Jueyun immediately. Ling Jueyun flew up into the air under everyone's watchful eyes. Before he flew up, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and replied, All right. Whoosh. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Jueyun appeared like a ghost. Let's pick our opponent. Su Konghai's expression softened when he saw Ling Jueyun's expression. He was no longer as stern and cold as he was when he was in front of Hong Yuan and Sima Rui. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, Ling Jueyun's indifferent voice rang in the air. Huang Quanan! These 3 short words caused the entire place to become completely silent. Huang Quanan! Approximately a moment later, the group of young geniuses who had fallen into a daze gradually recovered their senses. Some of them even rose to their feet and exclaimed in shock. Ling Jueyun wants to challenge Huang Quanan? Heavens! Is he really confident, or is he just testing Huang Quanan's strength? Is there a need to test him? Huang Quanan is an expert in the law of time, and he has mastered the age in one thought. He's invincible among those below the 6-star god of war. It's impossible for anyone below the 6-star god of war to be a match for him. Is it possible that Ling Jiuyun is a 6-star god of war? Not necessarily. Perhaps he doesn't intend to win. He just wants to test Huang Quan's strength. At this moment, the young geniuses were not the only ones who were shocked by Ling Jiuyun's challenge. Many heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various tidal temples were shocked as well. Based on the strength Ling Jiuyun had displayed earlier, they could tell he was a top 5-star god of war. However, that was the extent of his strength. Moreover, based on Ling Jiuyun's strength, it was almost impossible for him to conceal his strength. Was he a 6-star god of war? Or was he just testing Huang Quan? What do you think? I can't see through him. Let's wait and see. Many heavenly emperors began to discuss among themselves. However, most of them shook their heads, indicating they did not dare to jump to conclusions. None of the heavenly emperors dared to jump to conclusions, afraid they would be embarrassed by the results. Ling Jiuyun. He's really good at hiding his strength. Agamo, the palace master of Feng Qing Tian's sub-hall of the tidal temple and an 8-star god of war, could not help but shake his head and sigh as he looked at Ling Jiuyun. It's said that Duan Ling Tian and Su Li's innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying for them to have such achievements, even though they're not even 700 years old. I'm afraid they'll never expect Ling Jiuyun is not even 700 years old. Agamo sighed inwardly. I, Agamo, have not lived in vain to be able to bring such a young genius from Feng Qing Tian to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. In the past, the most outstanding young geniuses I've brought to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses were only ordinary 5-star gods of war. Ling Jiuyun is the first one who's as strong as him. I wonder if he's really a 6-star god of war. If he is, this glory is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. Agamo's eyes lit up as he looked at Ling Jiuyun. In the depths of his sparkling eyes there was also a strong sense of anticipation. Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Huang Quan left the spectator area and stood up to face Ling Jiuyun. Huang Quan, who was not good-looking, looked at Ling Jiuyun solemnly. It was obvious he did not dare to underestimate Ling Jiuyun. I'm afraid this battle will be the most exciting battle since the beginning of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. The group of young geniuses stared at Huang Quan and Huang Quan intently, afraid they would miss the exciting battle. Brother Feng. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang who was sitting opposite him and asked with a smile. Ling Jiuyun is junior nephew Duan's good friend. You should know him well, right? Do you think he has a chance of winning this battle? Upon hearing Ding Fu's question, Feng Qingyang shook his head slightly. Although he's little Tian's friend, I've never met him before so I don't know much about him. However, since he dares to challenge Huang Quan, it means he's confident in his strength. Of course, it could also be as many people have said. He knows that he's no match for Huang Quan, so he challenged Huang Quan to see the gap between him and Huang Quan. After all, even if he loses the battle, it won't affect him much. After Ling Jiuyun's defeat, he would not be able to challenge Huang Quan again. However, he would be free to challenge anyone else. This was the same as if he did not challenge Huang Quan. Of course, if he challenged Huang Quan, other than the possibility of losing, he might also be injured. Therefore, there was no need for the other young 5-star gods of war to challenge Huang Quan even if they knew they were no match for him. It would not be worth it if they were injured. Now that Ling Jiuyun had challenged Huang Quan, many people were impressed by his courage. Make your move! Ling Jiuyun looked at Huang Quan and said indifferently. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to make your move. No one expected that Ling Jiuyun would be the first to speak after the confrontation between the two of them. An uproar immediately broke out in the crowd. Ling Jiuyun is really arrogant. Look at him, it seems like he's really confident. Is he really that strong? Many people looked at Ling Jiuyun skeptically when they heard his arrogant tone. Huang Quan's strength was obvious to all. He was adept in the law of time, and his vicissitudes of time technique could cause one's hair to turn white instantly. Although Ling Juyan's strength was also very strong and was comparable to a top 5-star god of war, he was not as intimidating as Huang Quanan. Huang Quanan's techniques were too mysterious and intimidating. All right. However, unlike the crowd who were skeptical and disapproving, Huang Quanan, who was the person involved, looked solemn in the face of Ling Juyan's arrogance. He did not dare to be negligent. In the next moment, the energy in his body spread out. He opened his mouth and spat out a breath. It shrouded the area where Ling Juyan was standing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Juyan's body froze. Not only did his expression freeze, but even the robe on his body stopped moving. It was as if he was frozen at that moment, and was locked in time. That was the truth. Swoosh! Swoosh! The moment Ling Juyan's body froze, Huang Quanan continued to attack. A ray of light shot out from each of his eyes. It whizzed out and shot toward Ling Juyan. This scene caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. It was too familiar. It's vicissitudes of time. The technique that Huang Quanan used was the technique that killed Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu in an instant. The two of them could not fight back in front of Huang Quanan's technique. Can Ling Juyan withstand it? Many people stared at Ling Juyan. Anyone could see that Ling Juyan was completely confined by the law of time, and could not move at all. It's going to hit. If he is hit, he will be crippled. Ling Juyan is going to be defeated? While everyone's hearts were in their mouths, Huang Quanan's vicissitudes of a thought finally entered Ling Juyan's body. As a result, Ling Juyan's body trembled. It's over! Ling Juyan is going to be defeated! Most people thought that Ling Juyan was going to be crippled. Only a few people, including Duan Lingtian, had their eyes lit up. Huang Quanan's originally grave expression did not ease up at this moment. Instead, it changed abruptly. Eh? What's going on? At this moment, many people came back to their senses because they noticed something. Did you guys notice? Ling Juyan does not show any signs of aging? What's going on? Previously, in such a short period of time, Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu had already become old men over 70 years old. However, why is there no change in Ling Juyan? He has clearly been hit. Look! Ling Juyan's eyes are not normal. While the crowd was still in shock over Ling Juyan's appearance, some sharp-eyed people noticed that Ling Juyan's eyes had turned red. They were completely red, and they didn't contain any emotion or luster. Chapter 35:13. That's not Ling Juyan. That's Ling Juyan's undead doppelganger. At this time, more and more people realized this. Undead doppelganger profundity, also known as death doppelganger profundity, was one of the profundities of the law of death. Now, after realizing that this was Ling Juyan's doppelganger, everyone present, be it the celestial arch or the ordinary young geniuses, was shocked. How did he do it? Just now, we couldn't tell that it was his death doppelganger at all. Nonsense! If we could tell, do you think Huang Quanan would be so stupid to use vicissitudes of a thought on his death doppelganger? Even Huang Quanan was fooled. What kind of technique is this? Even a 6-star god of war who is proficient in the law of death might not be able to fool everyone with just a death doppelganger, right? He must have used some kind of secret technique. Ling Juyan's death doppelganger did not appear when Huang Quanan used vicissitudes of a thought and time imprisonment. At the very least, it did not look like a death doppelganger. However, after Huang Quanan used vicissitudes of a thought, he became a death doppelganger. Even a 6-star god of war, 7-star god of war, 8-star god of war, or even a 9-star god of war who was proficient in the law of death might not be able to use such a technique. This was because although the law of death had the doppelganger profundity, it usually came out of the body and could not replace the body at all. There was no way to replace the body, so there was no way to replace the body. Now, Ling Juyan had clearly used the method of replacing the body with the death doppelganger to receive Huang Quanan's vicissitudes of a thought. As for the time imprisonment from before, it was indeed his main body that was imprisoned. Apart from vicissitudes of a thought, do you have any other techniques? Just as everyone was shocked, the crimson color in the eyes of Ling Juyan's death doppelganger faded, and it completely returned to its original body. It was as if it could freely switch between its original body and death doppelganger. Seal! Almost as soon as Ling Juyan's voice fell, Huang Quanan used his time imprisonment again. Before Ling Juyan had time to react, Ling Juyan was once again imprisoned. As he imprisoned Ling Juyan, his eyes narrowed, and the vicissitudes of life appeared once more. This time, everyone witnessed it with their own eyes. The instant before vicissitudes of thought landed on Ling Juyan's body, Ling Juyan's eyes turned scarlet once again. Vicissitudes of thought landed on Ling Juyan's death clone again, but it had no effect. It's useless. When the power of vicissitudes of a thought disappeared like a stone in the ocean, Ling Juyan's doppelganger returned to his original body. He looked at Huang Quanan with an indifferent gaze. No matter how seamlessly you combine the time imprisonment and vicissitudes of a thought, it will not work on me. Although Ling Juyan said so, Huang Quanan did not believe him and tried a few more times. But in the end, it was all useless. You should be pretty much exhausted, right? When Ling Juyan's original body reappeared, he glanced at the pale-faced Huang Quanan. Vicissitudes of thought is strange, but it also consumes a lot of soul power. Even if you manage to use vicissitudes of thought again, you won't be able to use it more than a few times. It's time for me to make a move. As soon as his voice fell, Ling Juyan moved. During this process, Huang Quanan once again used his time imprisonment to freeze Ling Juyan midway. Then, he did not use vicissitudes of thought again. Instead, he rushed forward and attacked Ling Juyan directly. However, when his attack landed, Ling Juyan's death clone reappeared and blocked his attack. All of you who are skilled in the law of time have mediocre offensive strength. You can't even destroy my death clone. Ling Juyan's original body reappeared and attacked again. On the other hand, although Huang Quanan was skilled in the law of time, Ling Juyan's death clone could freely switch positions with his true body. It was as though Huang Quanan was a natural counter to Ling Juyan's death clone. In the end, although Ling Juyan did not reveal his strength as a 6-star god of war, he was still a top 5-star god of war. Nevertheless, he still defeated Huang Quanan. When Ling Juyan defeated Huang Quanan, everyone present on the scene, including Su Konghai who presided over the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, were still in a daze. He actually won? Ling Juyan is too monstrous, right? He's not even a 6-star god of war, but he defeated Huang Quanan. Isn't it said that Huang Quanan is invincible among those below the 6-star god of war? Although that's true, it seems like Ling Juyan is skilled in the secret technique that allows him to freely switch between his death clone and his true body. Moreover, it's obvious that he's not affected by the law of time. Heavens! What kind of secret technique is that? At this moment, the group of young geniuses, heavenly emperors, and high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's sub-palaces were all staring at Ling Juyan curiously. They were curious about the secret technique he had cast. Those who were skilled in the law of death, in particular, were staring at Ling Juyan with bright eyes. If they could obtain this secret technique, their strength would rise to a whole new level. Currently, it would be difficult to find anyone below the 6-star god of war who was a match for Ling Juyan. The secret technique that allowed him to freely switch between his death clone and his true body was heaven-defying. This was equivalent to wearing a layer of extremely strong defense, and it would not affect or injure his body. Ling Juyan, what kind of secret technique are you using? Although Su Konghai felt it was a little rude to ask this question, he could not help but ask before Ling Juyan left the arena. At the same time, he asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Everyone's attention was on Ling Juyan. It's not a secret technique. Ling Juyan replied indifferently to Su Konghai's question. It's the bloodline of my clan that allows me to do this. Apart from a few special clansmen, more than 90% of the people in my clan comprehend the law of death. This is because our bloodline contains the law of death. It's not a secret technique? Ling Juyan's words disappointed many people. At the same time, many people suspected that Ling Juyin was lying. Ling Juyin doesn't dare to admit that it's a secret technique. Instead, he said it's his bloodline. He must be worried that someone will steal his secret technique. The bloodline contains the law of death? Su Konghai and the other heavenly emperors narrowed their eyes when they heard Ling Juyin's words. This was because they thought of a clan that was similar to the one Ling Juyin had mentioned. In that clan, more than 90% of the people had the law of death flowing in their bloodline. They were naturally skilled in the law of death and comprehended the law of death at lightning speed. That clan seems to be. When Su Konghai looked at Ling Juyin again, he could not help but lose his voice. Ling Juyin, are you from the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land? You know about our Ling clan? Ling Juyin looked at Su Konghai in surprise. Before the Ling clan was destroyed, they had been in seclusion for many years. Very few people from the Ling clan walked around the Divine Offering Land in a high-profile manner. He's really from the Ling clan? Su Konghai's eyes widened when he heard Ling Juyin's reply. When he regained his senses, he bowed at Ling Juyin and said, "Young Master Ling, I apologize for not knowing your identity earlier." Apart from the few heavenly emperors who knew about the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land, everyone was shocked by Su Konghai's bow. Who was Su Konghai? He was the Vice Palace Master of the Tidal Temple. He was a godly powerhouse. However, right now, he was bowing to a mere 5-star god of war and even respectfully calling him young master. It should be noted that even if Ling Juyin was the son of the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan heaven, who was ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking in the Devata realms, Su Konghai would not address him as young master. It seems like Su Konghai knows about Ling Juyin's clan. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian, who was among the spectators, to figure out Su Konghai's intentions when he saw the change in Su Konghai's attitude. Moreover, it was likely that Su Konghai was unaware that the Ling clan had been annihilated. Otherwise, he would not have behaved in such a manner in front of Ling Juyin. Duan Lingtian had long known about Ling Juyin's identity. Therefore, he was not surprised by Su Konghai's humble attitude. In fact, he thought Su Konghai was smart and knew how to size up the situation. When most of the people present saw Su Konghai bowing to Ling Juyin and addressing him as young master, Su Konghai looked at Ling Juyin and said respectfully, "Young Master Ling, the Tidal Temple had a deep relationship with the Ling clan many years ago. There are records of the Ling clan in the Tidal Temple. Although the Ling clan went into seclusion and gradually severed ties with the Tidal Temple, there's a rule in the Tidal Temple that all members of the Tidal Temple are not to be disrespectful when they see members of the Ling clan," Su Konghai said. Although Su Konghai did not speak loudly, he did not deliberately lower his voice. Upon hearing his words, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Heavens! What kind of clan is Ling Juyin's backing? How could the Tidal Temple be so respectful? They even set a rule for his clan? The Ling clan? I've never heard of it before. Did Vice Temple Master Su mention the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land? Isn't the Divine Offering Land one of the realms of gods? Due to the shock of seeing Su Konghai bowing to Ling Juyin, many people had forgotten about Su Konghai's words. Now that someone mentioned it, realization dawned on them. As it turned out, Ling Juyin's clan was from the Divine Offering Land. Young Master Ling, you're not even 700 years old, and yet you've achieved so much. I'm sure you're a direct descendant of the Ling clan, right? Su Konghai asked with a polite smile. Yes. Ling Juyin nodded. Su Konghai's words shocked most of the people who did not know Ling Juyin's exact age. Just like Duan Lingtian and Su Li, Ling Juyin is not even 700 years old? Heavens! Another monstrous genius! If he's from the Divine Offering Land, he can't be considered monstrous, right? That's true. The Divine Offering Land is a realm of gods. The cultivation environment there isn't something the Devata realms can compare to. Moreover, he has a clan from the Divine Offering Land. I'm sure he has a powerful background. Chapter 35:14. When news of Ling Juyin's identity spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. On the other hand, at this moment, The only people who were not shocked were Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian had long known about Ling Juoyuan's identity, and Feng Qingyang had heard from Duan Lingtian that Ling Juoyuan was from the realms of gods. Naturally, the people present on the scene knew about the realms of gods, unlike those at the bottom of the Devata realms. They knew about the realms of gods and that the realms of gods were superior to the Devata realms. In the realms of gods, godly spirits were everywhere. Even someone from the realms of gods came to participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Isn't this bullying? After learning about Ling Juoyuan's identity, some of the young geniuses present on the scene could not help but grumble softly. They felt it was unfair for a member of a powerful clan from a realm of gods to participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. That's not right. Ling Juoyuan isn't even 700 years old. The passage between the realms of gods and our Devata realms has been closed for 600 years. He's not even 100 years old, but he left the realms of gods and came to our Devata realms. Many people recalled Ling Juoyuan's age and the time when the passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms had been closed. It had been 1,000 years since the passage was closed. Before that, it was impossible for people to travel between the two Devata realms through the passage. Does this mean Ling Juoyuan grew up in our Devata realms? Even if he grew up in our Devata realms, he must have a powerful clan from a realm of gods. His cultivation resources are beyond our imagination. Under such circumstances, it's normal for his cultivation speed to be faster than ours. Although they knew Ling Juoyuan had grown up in a Devata realm, many people thought he must have a lot of cultivation resources even if he was not in a Devata realm, since he came from a powerful clan in a realm of gods. This was not something people from the Devata realms could compare to. After all, Ling Juoyuan's identity was confirmed by Su Konghai. Although some people thought it was inappropriate for him to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, none of them dared to say anything. What a joke! Even Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main temple, had to be respectful to Ling Juoyuan. At this moment, Su Konghai's residence, the Devata clan's hall, had no doubt that the Devata clan was the strongest clan. The Devata clan was sect, and he had the authority. I didn't expect there to be such a clan in the realms of gods. The members of the clan are born with the law of death in their bloodline. Moreover, they're born with the ability to control the law of death, as though it's part of their body. They can even switch between their death clone and their true body. After learning about the origin of Ling Juoyuan's technique, everyone, from the young geniuses to the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms, was in an uproar. Naturally, there were also some people who were familiar with the realms of gods and were not surprised by this. For example, Su Konghai, Feng Qingyang, and Di Huang, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, did not seem surprised at all. Natives in the realms of gods have the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. The descendants of a supreme powerhouse are usually extraordinary and possess all kinds of abilities. Su Konghai was a member of the Tidal Temple, so he knew about this. Di Huang was a member of the Qilin clan, and the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse, so he knew about this as well. As for Feng Qingyang, he had learned about this when he was in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Regardless of Ling Juoyuan's identity, he was still the winner of the battle between him and Huang Quanan. I'm completely convinced. At this moment, Huang Quanan finally got his answer. Apart from being shocked, a smile appeared on his face as he said, "It seems like I'll have to avoid you and the people from your clan if I meet you again in the future. It's your fault for suppressing me." Huang Quanan was still able to joke at this moment. It was obvious he was not discouraged by Ling Juoyuan's defeat. It was as though he did not think much of this battle. Su Konghai looked at Ling Juoyuan with a respectful expression on his face as he watched Ling Juoyuan return to the spectator seats. When Su Konghai saw Ling Juoyuan sitting down, he said in a clear voice, "The new 6th place, Zhou Yongqi, please choose your opponent." Initially, Zhou Yongqi was ranked 4th. However, after Huang Quanan defeated Zhong Guiyu, he was demoted to 5th place before he could even make a move. Currently, another person who was ranked behind him, Ling Juoyuan, had defeated Huang Quanan. Zhou Yongqi was demoted to 6th place again. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao, who had fallen 2 ranks and had yet to make a move. Duan Lingtian had fallen from 3rd place to 5th place. Tang Sanpao had fallen from 4th place to 6th place. Swoosh! When Zhou Yongqi flew into the arena, everyone shifted their attention away from Ling Juoyan. Earlier, when Ling Juoyan's identity was exposed, he had attracted a lot of attention. Zhou Yongqi is the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingwu. Do you think Zhou Yongqi will challenge Duan Lingtian? Before the Battle of Geniuses began, Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not give face to Zhou Bingwu, the Qi Hongtian emperor, and even defeated him. I think so. It's normal for a disciple to seek justice when his master is bullied. You haven't forgotten, have you? When Duan Lingtian fought with Yu Dongfang, he displayed a strength that wasn't inferior to a peak 5-star god of war. Although Zhou Yongqi's strength isn't bad, I'm afraid he hasn't reached the level of a peak 5-star god of war, right? I don't think he's as strong as a top 5-star god of war. If he's not a top 5-star god of war, I'm afraid he won't be able to stand up for his master. Waves of discussions were transmitted into Zhou Yongqi's ears from the various spectator seats, causing his body to tremble slightly. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a bitter smile. If Yu Dongfang had not challenged Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had not displayed his strength as a top 5-star god of war, he would have challenged Duan Lingtian. After all, his strength was not necessarily a match for Yu Dongfang. Even Yu Dongfang had been defeated. If he were to challenge Duan Lingtian, he would not be lucky as well. I challenge. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhou Yongqi's gaze swept towards Duan Lingtian, and it caused the hearts of everyone to freeze. Could it be that Zhou Yongqi is still concealing his strength? Is he really going to challenge Duan Lingtian? Is he also a top 5-star god of war? If he is, it'll be interesting to watch. When Zhou Yongqi's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, the eyes of the young geniuses lit up. They were waiting for a good show. However, when the young geniuses were in high spirits, Zhou Yongqi's voice rang out again. This time, they were stunned. 4th place, Tang Sanpao. Zhou Yongqi challenged Tang Sanpao, not Duan Lingtian. It seems that we were too naive. After the group of young geniuses recovered from their shock, some of them smiled bitterly. It seems that Zhou Yongqi knows that he is not a match for Duan Lingtian, so he chose Duan Lingtian's friend, Tang Sanpao. He wants to avenge his master. Is that even possible? Isn't it obvious? Actually, the only targets he can choose now are Tang Sanpao and Zhong Guiyu. Unless he gives up on the challenge, it would be better for him to choose Tang Sanpao. After all, the strength that Tang Sanpao has shown so far may not be comparable to Zhong Guiyu. So, this time, he is not only targeting Duan Lingtian's friend, but also picking a soft persimmon? Hearing the discussions of the young geniuses, Duan Lingtian and Su Li's expressions were unnatural. Their gazes were strange. Tang Sanpao, soft persimmon? Someone that they had almost confirmed to be a 6-star god of war was regarded as a soft persimmon by these people? Tang Sanpao, that Zhou Yongqi thinks that you are a soft persimmon. Su Li looked back at Tang Sanpao and said with a smile. He probably has the intention of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tang Sanpao smiled indifferently. He still maintained the demeanor of an expert. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, no matter what, I have no evil intentions in approaching you. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. However, I am indeed in the wrong for hiding my identity. This Zhou Yongqi, consider it my apology to you. As his voice fell, Tang Sanpao had already stepped into the air. What is this Tang Sanpao talking about? Zhou Yongqi challenged him. Even if he defeated Zhou Yongqi, it would be for his own sake. What's with the apology? Su Li could not help but whisper into Duan Lingtian's ear. I don't think it's as simple as defeating Zhou Yongqi. Duan Lingtian shook his head. What do you mean? Su Li's expression froze. He intends to kill Zhou Yongqi? Zhou Yongqi is the last disciple of Zhou Binwu, the Qi Hongtian Emperor. Zhou Binwu is ranked 4th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, Su Li said in disbelief. If he's the trump card of the Tidal Temple, do you think the Tidal Temple will allow Zhou Binwu to kill him? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Su Li was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he smiled wryly. It seems like in the Devata realms, one's strength is not the only important thing. One's backer is also important. It's not just the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Isn't it the same in our homeworld, the Saint Province realm? It could be said that as long as there is a battle, this is the case. While Duan Lingtian and Su Li were conversing, Tang Sanpao had already entered the arena under everyone's watchful eyes. He stood opposite Zhou Binwu, the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, and looked at Zhou Binwu indifferently. Chapter 35:15. Tang Sanpao! Zhou Yongqi glared at Tang Sanpao fiercely as he said in a deep voice. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that you're Duan Lingtian's friend. Otherwise, I might not have challenged you. After all, there's still Zhong Guiyu to choose from. Zhou Yongqi raised his voice as though he was afraid the others would not know the reason he challenged Tang Sanpao was because he hated Duan Lingtian. When his words fell into the ears of most of the people present, it was no different from drawing legs on a snake. It was too deliberate. Zhou Yongqi, you're blind, but we're fools. Trash. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Tang Sanpao glanced at Zhou Yongqi indifferently and spat out 2 words. Zhou Yongqi's expression changed drastically, and his eyes turned red. Before he could reply, Zhou Yongqi continued to say, The person who bullied your master is Duan Lingtian's master, not my master. You don't have the courage to challenge Duan Lingtian, so you want to take revenge on Duan Lingtian by challenging me? Do you think I, Tang Sanpao, am a pushover in your eyes, Zhou Yongqi? Tang Sanpao chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. Now do your best. I'll make a move. If you don't die, it'll be my loss. Tang Sanpao continued to say. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he stood with his hands on his back and looked at Zhou Yongqi indifferently. As soon as Zhou Yongqi finished speaking, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, who was in charge of the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, frowned slightly. Then, he looked at Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao looked back at him with a determined expression. Upon seeing this, Su Konghai sighed inwardly and did not say anything else. Earlier, he had been trying to persuade Tang Sanpao through voice transmission that there was no need to kill Zhou Yongqi. Although the Tidal Temple was not afraid of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, they did not want to make enemies for no reason. However, Tang Sanpao's insistence made him realize there was no way he could change his mind. You want to kill me with a single move? When Zhou Yongqi heard Tang Sanpao's words, he was stunned at first. Then, he subconsciously sized Tang Sanpao up, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Could Tang Sanpao really have the ability to kill him in one move? Duan Lingtian, or Ling Jueyun, and Huang Quanan, who were the top 5 stars, would not necessarily be able to. He was defeated Zhou that Duan Lingtian. However, Tang Sanpao said he could kill Zhou Yongqi with a single move? At this moment, Zhou Yongqi's master, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binwu, was frowning as he looked at his disciple, Zhou Yongqi's opponent, Tang Sanpao. This Tang Sanpao, wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation? With his disciple's strength, unless he was a 6-star god of war, no one would be able to kill him with a single move. A 6-star god of war? Is it possible? Zhou Binwu stared at Tang Sanpao as thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. At the same time, he said to Zhou Yongqi through voice transmission, Cheer, this is a matter of life and death. You can't be careless. Tang Sanpao doesn't look like he's lying. However, when he's with Feng Qingyang's disciple, Duan Lingtian, he's frivolous. Now, even I can't decide which one is the real him. After being defeated by Feng Qingyang, Zhou Binwu had been paying attention to Feng Qingyang's only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. The more he paid attention to Duan Lingtian, the more shocked he was. He did not expect such a young true disciple would be stronger than his last disciple. Zhou Yongqi was the disciple with the most outstanding innate talent. Otherwise, he would not have stopped accepting other disciples for Zhou Yongqi's sake. His last disciple was his last disciple. All this while, Zhou Yongqi had been his pride. When Zhou Yongqi had displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses, Zhou Bingwu had been looking forward to his disciple defeating Feng Qingyang's only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. However, from the looks of it now, it was impossible. Zhou Bingwu's disciple was no match for Feng Qingyang's disciple. It's up to you to decide. Although Zhou Bingwu was cautious, he did not dare to say that Tang Sanpao was not lying. For this reason, he decided to let his disciple make the decision. Master. Zhou Yongqi quickly responded. I don't believe he's capable of killing me with just one strike unless he's a 6-star god of war. The probability of a 6-star god of war appearing in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses is too low. Didn't you tell me that in the history of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses, there's only one 6-star god of war in every 100 battles? Zhou Yongqi gritted his teeth and said, I want to fight with him. If I'm defeated, how am I going to stand tall in the Qihong Tian? How am I going to stand tall in this world? Zhou Yongqi could imagine this. If he admitted defeat now and chose to surrender without a fight, it would be fine if Tang Sanpao displayed the strength of a 6-star war god. Everyone would say that he had good foresight and knew that Tang Sanpao was not someone to be trifled with. However, if Tang Sanpao was not a 6-star god of war, he would become the laughingstock of all the Devata realms. At that time, everyone in the Qihong Heaven and the heavenly palace of the Qihong Heaven would secretly laugh at him. That was not something he could accept. Tang Sanpao, how arrogant of you. Since he had made up his mind, Zhou Yongqi became fearless. He stared coldly at Tang Sanpao and said, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me with just one strike. Remember what you said. If you can't kill me with just one strike, you'll lose this battle. Zhou Yongqi said arrogantly. Upon seeing Zhou Yongqi's decision, Su Konghai, who was in charge of presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, twitched his lips imperceptibly. He knew Zhou Yongqi's death was imminent. If Zhou Yongqi retreated now, he might be able to escape death. However, if he chose to stay, he was destined to be killed by his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao. I, Tang Sanpao, won't go back on my word? Tang Sanpao said indifferently. Upon seeing this, the group of young geniuses broke out in an uproar. Is Tang Sanpao serious? Killing Zhou Yongqi with just one strike? That's not realistic, right? Unless he's a 6-star god of war. Meanwhile, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Tang Sanpao from afar and shook his head. Tang Sanpao is so boastful. It seems like he's going to lose this battle. Not necessarily. On the other hand, Feng Qingyang shook his head. He had learned from his disciple, Duan Lingtian, through voice transmission that Tang Sanpao was the trump card of the Tidal Temple. He had long suspected the trump card of the Tidal Temple was a 6-star god of war. Tang Sanpao, bring it on! Zhou Yongqi shouted as he made his move. His celestial origin energy surged, and the profundities from the law of war merged with his celestial origin energy. An emperor-grade celestial weapon appeared in his hand, and a shadow could be seen hovering above it. It's an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit! Many people could not help but exclaim in surprise. They did not expect Zhou Yongqi to possess such a celestial weapon. After all, Zhou Yongqi had never revealed his celestial weapon before. This was his first time revealing his celestial weapon. However, when they thought about Zhou Yongqi's identity, they were not surprised at all. As the last disciple of the Qihong Tian Emperor, it was only natural for him to possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon. As for why he did not reveal his celestial weapon earlier, it was because no one was strong enough to force him to reveal his celestial weapon. Now that Zhou Yongqi was facing Tang Sanpao, he did not hold back at all. Not only did he use all his trump cards, but he even brought out his trump card, the celestial artifact. From this, one could see how important this battle was to him. It seems like Zhou Yingqi is frightened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone all out. It's obvious. Tang Sanpao is really good at scaring people. However, it's also because of this that he's in a difficult position. Zhou Yingqi seems to be putting his life on the line. Many people shook their heads when they saw this. They felt Tang Sanpao was trapped in a cocoon of his own making. However, Tang Sanpao remained calm. It was as though he could maintain his composure even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. In the face of Zhou Yongqi's ferocious attack, he calmly took out a glove from his spatial ring and put it on his right hand. This was the first time Tang Sanpao had taken out this glove. It was completely black and green, and it was shimmering with a mysterious light. It was obvious it was not an ordinary item. He calmly put on the glove in front of everyone, completely ignoring Zhou Yongqi, who was getting closer and closer to him. When Zhou Yongqi was getting closer and closer to Tang Sanpao, he finally put on the glove. While the onlookers were worried for Tang Sanpao, Zhou Yongqi did not seem to be in a hurry at all. His movements were sluggish. Will he be able to make a move in time? In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Yongqi's attack was already close to Tang Sanpao. Many people could not help but wonder. Will Tang Sanpao be able to make a move in time to block it? Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Tang Sanpao, who had been sluggish all this time, suddenly moved at this moment. His lazy eyes suddenly focused, and he pointed a finger at the void with his gloved hand. Of course, the direction he pointed at was also the direction where Zhou Yongqi was. Whoosh! Tang Sanpao pointed his finger, and a beam of light shot out. Just when many people subconsciously thought that the beam of light shot out by Tang Sanpao would be overshadowed by Zhou Yongqi's dazzling attack and would not be able to compete with Zhou Yongqi's attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the beam of light that was only as thick as a finger instantly enlarged and turned into a towering pillar of fire. It seemed to be indomitable. One end of the pillar was pressed against Tang Sanpao's fingertip, while the other end quickly retreated to meet Zhou Yongqi. Boom! With a loud noise, Zhou Yongqi's attack was dimmed. No! A shrill and miserable voice came at the right time. It was Zhou Yongqi's voice. In addition to the shrill and miserable voice, there was also regret and despair in his voice. Boom! Rumble! As Tang Sanpao pointed his finger, a solid and terrifying pillar of fire that reached the sky roared out. It was surrounded by countless flaming snakes that looked like lightning and thunder, and there was a faint cry. Whoosh! As Tang Sanpao lowered his finger and retracted it, the pillar of fire that reached the sky gradually dissipated. Chapter 35:16. Swoosh! Just as the pillar of flame was about to disappear, a figure appeared from the distance and entered the glove on Tang Sanpao's right hand in front of everyone's eyes. Another Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit! Many people were shocked. On the other hand, Zhou Yongqi was nowhere to be seen. Only his celestial weapon and spatial ring were left on the ground. The celestial weapon was only slightly damaged, but the spatial ring was slightly distorted from the pressure. Swoosh! Su Konghai raised his hand, and an invisible force swept out, carrying Zhou Yongqi's storage ring and celestial artifact to the table in front of Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of Qihong. Zhou Bingwu's face was filled with rage, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. My condolences, Heavenly Emperor Zhou, Su Konghai said indifferently. His voice was calm and emotionless. Although Zhou Bingwu was a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm and was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking in the Tidal Temple, he was only a quasi-god. However, he was only a quasi-god. If Zhou Bingwu insisted on killing Zhou Bingwu, it would be difficult for Zhou Bingwu to escape. Tang Sanpao! Zhou Bingwu did not look at the relics of his last disciple, Zhou Yongqi, that Su Konghai handed over to him. He was so angry that not only did his waterfall-like long hair break the hairband, but even his robes and the space around him shook slightly. The tremors were clearly visible to the naked eye. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhou Bingwu actually stomped on the ground and flew out in the blink of an eye. A vast and incomparable power also surged out from his body, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. "How dare you kill my disciple? You deserve to die!" Zhou Binwu roared. Then, a silhouette shot out from his body and shot toward Tang Sanpao like a cannonball. "Enough!" Su Konghai didn't expect that Zhou Bingwu would dare to attack him. His complexion sank slightly. He shouted, and opened his big hand. Suddenly, a huge palm that could cover the sky appeared, and smashed Zhou Bingwu's attack. It was a complete beating. "Hall Master Su, he killed my disciple!" Zhou Bingwu's expression changed drastically. He was so angry that he had almost lost his mind. However, now that he had calmed down, he realized he was in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. All the young geniuses who participated in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses were protected by the Tidal Temple. The Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses is up to fate. Su Konghai coldly glanced at Zhou Binwu and raised his hand again. The giant palm instantly disappeared and reappeared above Zhou Bingwu's head. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Zhou Binwu was slapped to the ground. The small floating island he was on exploded into dust in just a blink of an eye. Even the old man who was accompanying Zhou Bingwu was smashed into smithereens by the palm. Only Zhou Bingwu didn't die, but he was heavily injured as well, and he was on the verge of collapse. He ceaselessly spat out mouthfuls of dazzling and resplendent blood, and it gushed out as if it was free. This scene, at this moment, caused the people present to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Was this the strength of a godly spirit? Su Konghai, the vice hall master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, was even stronger than a godly spirit. In the past, they had only heard about this. However, after witnessing Su Konghai's attack with their own eyes, they realized that Su Konghai was even more terrifying than the rumors made him out to be. He could suppress a heavenly emperor with ease. Moreover, it was obvious that he had held back. Otherwise, he would have killed Zhou Binwu, the Qi Hongtian emperor, with just one slap. "Thank you for showing mercy, Hall Master Su." Zhou Binwu was severely injured, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. However, when he looked at Su Konghai again, he did not dare to show any anger. Instead, a bitter and regretful expression could be seen on his face. How could he have forgotten about the existence of the Tidal Temple? The Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms had a long history. It could be said that it was a banner of the Tidal Temple. It was rare to hear of people who dared to cause trouble during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms. Those who dared to cause trouble were usually killed. For this reason, Zhou Binwu knew how lucky he was to have survived. "Humph!" Su Konghai snorted coldly and did not continue to attack. It was clear he did not intend to pursue the matter further. At that moment, Zhou Bingwu's gaze landed on Tang Sanpao. The flames of hatred rose within him, and his face was filled with an extremely cold, killing intent. He could not make a move today. After the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms was over, he would seek justice for his disciple, Zhou Yongqi. An eye for an eye. What? Tang Sanpao looked at Zhou Bingwu indifferently when he saw the killing intent in Zhou Bingwu's eyes. "Zhou Bingwu, don't tell me you intend to kill me after the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms is over?" "Humph!" Zhou Bingwu snorted, clearly agreeing to Zhou Bingwu's words. Tang Sanpao smiled faintly. "Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to die, you should give up on that idea." "What? You have the guts to kill my disciple, but you don't have the guts to face my wrath?" Zhou Bingwu sneered. Zhou Bingwu's words were akin to admitting he wanted to kill Tang Sanpao. As long as he did not attack during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms, even the Tidal Temple would not interfere. "Zhou Binwu is so eager to die." Suli, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, looked at Zhou Binwu speechlessly. At the same time, he whispered to Duan Lingtian, "Sometimes, ignorance is a sin." Duan Lingtian shook his head. He could see Zhou Binwu, the Qi Hongtian emperor, did not know Tang Sanpao was from the Tidal Temple. He thought the Tidal Temple had only attacked him to maintain order during the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Zhou Bingwu! As soon as Zhou Bingwu finished speaking, Su Konghai's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhou Bingwu coldly. I'm only sparing your life because you did a good job in the past. You! Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Su Konghai's voice was filled with killing intent. Upon seeing this, Zhou Bingwu, who had been acting arrogantly in front of Tang San Pao, was dumbfounded. Why? Why is this happening? I didn't continue to fight during the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Why would Vice Hall Master Su of the Tidal Temple be so furious? Could it be that Tang San Pao had agreed to join the Tidal Temple? Did they secretly come to such an agreement? Vice Hall Master Su, is it possible that he has agreed to join the Tidal Temple? Zhou Bingwu asked warily. If he has already joined the Tidal Temple, then, naturally, I won't dare to touch him anymore. Zhou Bingwu wanted to confirm Su Konghai's words. Humph! Su Konghai scoffed as he looked at Zhou Bingwu indifferently. He's a member of the Tidal Temple. How can he join the Tidal Temple? When Su Konghai's words came out, it could be said to be a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. What? Tang San Pao is a member of the Tidal Temple? Isn't he a sectless cultivator? He's a member of the Tidal Temple? The technique that Tang San Pao used just now should be enough to cross the threshold of a 6-star war god, right? The Tidal Temple actually nurtured a 6-star god of war? What's going on? What's going on? How did Tang San Pao become a member of the Tidal Temple? Most people were dumbfounded. Just now, Tang San Pao's strength was suspected to be a 6-star god of war, which naturally shocked everyone. However, before they could recover from their shock and exclaim, the Qihong Tian Emperor, Zhou Bingwu, had already taken the initiative to attack Tang San Pao, which attracted everyone's attention subconsciously. Now Zhou Bingwu was suppressed by Su Konghai. After Zhou Bingwu revealed his killing intent toward Tang San Pao, Su Konghai actually said that Tang San Pao was a member of the Tidal Temple. Since they saw Tang San Pao's technique until now, they had not been calm for a moment. What was excitement? This was excitement. Tang San Pao is my martial nephew. He's the only true disciple of my senior who has retired from the world. Su Konghai continued. Although my senior has retired from the world, he still has an idle position in the Tidal Temple. Tang San Pao is the temporary successor of the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple. You want to kill him? Su Konghai looked at Zhou Bingwu with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zhou Bingwu's expression changed completely at this moment. Tang San Pao was not only a titled God Emperor, but he was also the temporary successor of the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple? Good heavens! Who was this brat who killed his last disciple, Zhou Yongqi? How could he have such a terrifying background? If he had such a background, he should have revealed it earlier. If he had revealed it, he would not have dared to provoke him. It's a misunderstanding! It's a misunderstanding! Zhou Bingwu tried his best to suppress his emotions. When he regained his senses, he looked at Su Konghai and hastily waved his hand and said, Vice Temple Master Su, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. It's a huge misunderstanding. Tang San Pao. No! Young Master Tang, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. After explaining the misunderstanding to Su Konghai, Zhou Bingwu turned to look at Tang San Pao with a terrified expression on his face. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene, especially the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms, felt sorry for Tang San Pao. Zhou Bingwu, the Qihong Tian Emperor, was ranked 4th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. He had the strength of a 9-star god of war. However, such a person was like a stray dog at this moment, wagging his tail and begging for pity. They finally realized how terrifying the Tidal Temple was. Even a Heavenly Emperor from a Devata realm who was a 9-star god of war was as weak as an ant in front of the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple could easily crush him. Perhaps, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms would only be fearless of the Tidal Temple after they had become gods. Are they finally coming out? Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who was standing next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the clouds in the distance. Brother Feng, what are you? Just as Ding Fu was about to ask Feng Qingyang what he was looking at, he raised his head and saw a black figure descending from the sky. Chapter 35:17. Tang Sanpeo's master was Su Konghai's senior martial brother? After seeing Su Konghai's attack and hearing Su Konghai's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious. He never expected that there was such a connection between Tang Sanpao and Su Konghai. Based on the current situation, Tang Sanpeo's master was indeed a recluse. However, this person was a member of the Tidal Temple. Even though he had gone into seclusion, he still held a position in the Tidal Temple and was closely related to the titled God Emperors. Otherwise, how could his disciple have become the successor of the Tidal Temple Master? Duan Lingtian knew that the Hall Master that Su Konghai mentioned was not the Hall Masters of the sub-halls, but the Hall Master of the main hall, who was in charge of the entire Tidal Temple. Could it be that Tang Sanpeo's master also wanted to test his master when he fought against him back then? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask his master, Feng Qingyang, through voice transmission. We'll talk about it later. Feng Qingyang quickly replied. Someone's coming. Someone's coming? Hearing his master Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian was startled at first, then subconsciously looked at his master, only to find that his master was looking straight at the sky. He immediately followed his master's gaze. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw a black shadow floating down from the clouds in the sky at a steady speed. When the silhouette approached, the people present all noticed him. Whoosh! It was an old man dressed in a long black robe. His wrinkled face was cold, and his eyes were frighteningly sharp. He had two long and narrow white sword-like eyebrows, which resembled two swords. After the old man appeared, he stood there, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Left Guardian of Dharma. After the old man appeared, Su Konghai looked at the Qi Hongtian Emperor Zhou Binwu with pity and sighed inwardly. Zhou Binwu had done a good job for him in the past. For this reason, he had decided to let Zhou Binwu off the hook this time. Who knew Zhou Binwu would take a yard after he gave him an inch? He wanted to kill Tang Sanpao after the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses? This was a taboo for the Tidal Temple. Currently, Tang Sanpao wasn't just a true disciple of a reclusive higher-up. He was also the successor of the Tidal Temple Master. When Duan Lingtian had become the successor to the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, the left guardian of the Tidal Temple had been by his side to protect him. This was also the privilege of a successor to the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. He was originally thinking that if the left protector did not appear, and if Zhou Binwu admitted his mistake with a good attitude, he could let him off. Who knew the old man would show up in the end? His appearance meant Zhou Binwu's death was imminent. Vice Temple Master Su, why didn't you kill him? The old man asked as he looked at Su Konghai. Although his voice was calm, everyone present on the scene could hear the killing intent in his voice. Su Konghai smiled wryly. The left guardian of Dharma has done a good job for the Tidal Temple in the past. The Temple Master even praised him for that. Is that why he's still alive after threatening the young master? The old man asked indifferently. He was the left guardian of Dharma. Su Konghai remained silent. Naturally, he knew this was not enough to save Zhou Bingwu's life. Humph! The old man snorted coldly. Then, he extended his hand and made a grabbing motion in the direction of Zhou Binwu. In the next moment, whoosh! 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 Before Zhou Binwu could even circulate his celestial origin energy, 5 huge green vines appeared and wrapped around him like ropes. Zhou Bingwu's expression changed drastically. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, the vines tightened around him and bound him. When the vines landed on his body, they were like whips. He felt a burning sensation on his skin. At the same time, he was shocked to discover his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with profundities from the law of nature had been destroyed. It was even to the extent that a strand of terrifying energy had entered his body in the blink of an eye, and it stirred up randomly before heavily injuring his internal organs. Barf! The intense pain in his body forced Zhou Bingwu to spit out a mouthful of blood. He had lost count of how many times he had spat out blood today. Earlier, he had been injured by Su Konghai. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he kept coughing up blood. His injuries were too severe. Initially, he had recovered slightly from his injuries, but now, he was severely injured again. Moreover, his injuries were worse than before. Qi Hongtian Emperor? The old man, the left guardian of Dharma, looked at Zhou Bingwu indifferently. A disdainful smile appeared on his face as he said, "You're ranked 4th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking? Did you think you're so full of yourself because of your ranking on the Heavenly Emperor ranking? How dare you say you're going to kill the young master of the Tidal Temple?" As soon as he finished speaking, the vines around Zhou Bingwu tightened again. Zhou Bingwu spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. However, he still struggled and said in a trembling voice, "Left guardian of Dharma, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding." However, the old man did not pay any attention to him. He immediately closed his hand that was shooting vines out of his fingers. In the next moment, the 5 vines shook violently and broke off from his hand. After breaking off, the 5 vines acted like fuses that ignited an explosive. The vines around Zhou Bingwu exploded. Zhou Bingwu turned into a dazzling firework in the explosion. In the end, Zhou Bingwu, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, died. Even his spatial ring was destroyed and turned into dust. Not a single trace was left behind. Everyone present on the scene was dumbfounded when they saw the heavenly monarch Qi Hong being killed. It took them a long time to regain their senses, and all of them gasped in unison. At the same time, they looked at the black-robed old man. The left guardian of Dharma of the Tidal Temple was obviously a divine expert as well. Moreover, his strength did not seem to be inferior to Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple. Moreover, based on their conversation, it seemed like they were on equal footing. It was obvious that their positions in the Tidal Temple were similar as well. Swoosh! Before everyone could regain their senses, the old man's figure flashed as he shot up into the sky like a ghost. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon as though he was never there. At this moment, it was not difficult for the people present to figure out what was going on. The old man was hiding in the clouds, protecting Tang Sanpao as he watched the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms from afar. From the moment the old man appeared until he killed the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingwu, from the beginning until the end, he did not speak to Tang Sanpao at all. Even then, most people's eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Tang Sanpao again. A heavenly emperor from a Devata realm who was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking was killed by Duan Lingtian because of this young man. Duan Lingtian was shocked by the strength of the Tidal Temple. Many heavenly emperors who were weaker than the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingwu, felt sorry for the death of the same person. If the Tidal Temple wanted to kill them, they would not be able to escape death. The battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms continues. When Su Konghai finished speaking, everyone's attention finally returned to the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Su Konghai continued to say, "Since Zhou Yongqi is dead, apart from him who failed his challenge, those who were ranked behind him will be ranked 1 rank ahead of him. Zhou Yongqi was originally ranked 6th, but since he failed his challenge, he should have been ranked 6th. However, due to his death, the 6th rank is now empty. Sima Rui, who was originally ranked 7th, is now ranked 6th. Those who are ranked behind him will be ranked 6th, and so on." Zhou Yongqi's death could be said to be a blessing to many people. Naturally, the 30th rank was now empty. "Now let's welcome the next person to challenge the 5th rank, Duan Lingtian," Su Konghai said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Tang Sanpao had already left the arena. However, he did not return to Duan Lingtian and the others. Instead, he found an empty seat on the other side of the arena and sat down. However, even so, as he sat there, the people around him still looked at him in unison. It was not until he frowned and looked around that the people looked away guiltily. It's Duan Lingtian's turn now! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian rose into the air and entered the arena in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, many people were curious who Duan Lingtian would challenge. Duan Lingtian has the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Among the people ranked in front of him, Zhong Guiyu seems to be the weakest. Will he choose Zhong Guiyu as his opponent? It's possible. If he chooses Zhong Guiyu as his opponent, not only will he be able to advance his ranking, but he'll also be able to bide his time. If I were him, I'd choose Zhong Guiyu. Most of the people present on the scene had guessed correctly this time. Duan Lingtian had chosen Zhong Guiyu as his opponent. Duan Lingtian. After Zhong Guiyu entered the arena, he had a wry smile on his face. What are you doing? You have the strength of a top 5-star god of war. I'm not a match for you. Huh! Duan Lingtian was stunned. I remember when you first displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle, you sent me a voice transmission saying that you hoped I wouldn't disappoint you. Now I'm standing in front of you. Isn't this what you want? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked deeply at Zhong Guiyu. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhong Guiyu's face was filled with bitterness. You're challenging me because of my voice transmission? Zhong Guiyu was completely dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian was too blind, wasn't he? Didn't he see that Zhong Guiyu's strength was inferior to his? At this time, he still challenged him. Wasn't this bullying? The group of onlookers was also stunned. So, Duan Lingtian challenged Zhong Guiyu not because Zhong Guiyu was the weakest among the people ranked before him, but because Zhong Guiyu provoked him? Haha. This is interesting. When Zhong Guiyu provoked Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid he didn't even dream that Duan Lingtian would have the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Many people's eyes lit up. They wanted to see the world in chaos. Chapter 35:18. Zhong Guiyu was infuriated and anxious when he heard the discussion among the young geniuses. However, in the end, he did not make a move on Duan Lingtian. I admit defeat! He admitted defeat. As expected, Zhong Guiyu's admission of defeat attracted disdainful looks. However, Zhong Guiyu turned a deaf ear to them. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, you're more outstanding than my senior sister said. However, I firmly believe I'll be able to catch up to you one day. Zhong Guiyu said solemnly. I'm a few hundred years behind you, but it doesn't mean I won't be able to catch up to you in the future. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently and left the place with Zhong Guiyu. Although Duan Lingtian had challenged Zhong Guiyu and Zhong Guiyu had admitted defeat, the people present on the scene were only disappointed for a moment before they regained their spirits. This was because after Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhong Guiyu, it was Tang Sanpao's turn to challenge the people in front of him. In the beginning, Tang Sanpao was ranked second. Now that Huang Quanan, Ling Jiuyun, and Duan Lingtian had defeated Duan Lingtian, he had fallen to 5th place. Currently, the top 10 of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses were as follows: 1st place, Ling Jiuyun. 2nd place, Huang Quanan. 3rd place, Duan Lingtian. 4th place, Zhong Guiyu. 5th place, Tang Sanpao. 6th place, Sima Rui. 7th place, Yi Dongli. 8th place, Hong Yuan. 9th place, Lu Suyin. 10th place, Yu Dongfang. After Tang Sanpao's challenge, the first round of challenges is over. Although there's still Zhong Guiyu, I'm sure Zhong Guiyu won't challenge anyone else since the people in front of him are all stronger than him. At this moment, it was not only 1 or 2 people who thought so. Most people felt the same way as well. Zhong Guiyu has just been challenged by Duan Lingtian. According to the rules, even if he lost without a fight, Tang Sanpao won't be able to challenge him. Duan Lingtian won't be able to challenge. Tang Sanpao won't be able to challenge him as well. Huang Quanan and Ling Jiuyun, Tang Sanpao. Who do you think he'll challenge? He seems to be quite familiar with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jiuyun. He'll probably challenge Huang Quanan, right? Although Huang Quanan is proficient in the law of time and is almost invincible among those below the 6-star god of war, No one below the 6-star god of war can defeat him unless Ling Jiuyun is his nemesis. However, Tang Sanpao has displayed strength that is suspected to be at the 6-star god of war level. If Tang Sanpao is really a 6-star god of war, it won't be difficult for him to defeat Huang Quanan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao flew into the arena. In the previous round, he had challenged Zhou Yongqi, the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingwu. In the end, Zhou Yongqi died. In fact, Zhou Bingwu, the great Qi Hongtian Emperor, who wanted to stand up for Zhou Yongqi, also died not long after. All of this was because of Tang Sanpao, the young hall master of the Tidal Temple. I challenge. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed, and he said bluntly, Huang Quanan! Although he only had two choices, Ling Jiuyun or Huang Quanan, after glancing at Ling Jiuyun, he still chose Huang Quanan. Ling Jiuyun, it's not that I'm afraid of you, but I feel that our battle should be left for later. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jiuyun and said solemnly, I'll keep you company. Ling Jiuyun sat beside Duan Lingtian. His gaze was still cold, and his words were concise. On the surface, he didn't show any emotion because of Tang Sanpao's challenge. At the same time, Huang Quanan entered the arena. His expression was equally solemn. Tang Sanpao was suspected to have the strength of a 6-star god of war. It would be fine if he didn't, but if he did, Huang Quanan had no chance of winning. Huang Quanan's own strength hadn't reached the level of a peak 5-star god of war. He was relying entirely on one-thought vicissitudes to be able to dominate the other 5-star gods of war. I'll give you 3 chances to use one-thought vicissitudes on me. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao, who was facing off against Huang Quanan, looked at Huang Quanan and said calmly. Once he said this, the crowd instantly went into an uproar. It seems that Tang Sanpao, the young master of the Tidal Temple, might really be a 6-star god of war. Otherwise, how would he dare to speak so arrogantly? Let's wait and see. Whether or not he has the strength of a 6-star god of war can be confirmed through this battle. Huang Quanan isn't someone who's easy to deal with. He'll be able to force out his true strength. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Huang Quanan used one-thought vicissitudes on Tang Sanpao. However, Tang Sanpao easily blocked it. He stood on the spot without moving and easily blocked it. Huang Quan's law profound meaning fused with his soul energy and blocked it. Seal! When Huang Quanan saw that Tang Sanpao had a chance to attack, he blocked his attack. Immediately, with a thought, the power fused with the law of time swept out and enveloped the space where Tang Sanpao was. Then, one-thought vicissitudes arrived as scheduled. Xiao! Xiao! However, when one-thought vicissitudes was still halfway, it was blocked by the soul attack shot out from Tang Sanpao's eyes. You're actually not affected by my law of time? Huang Quanan's pupils shrank and his face was filled with shock. You're a 6-star god of war. You're definitely a 6-star god of war. Only those with the strength of a 6-star god of war and above can ignore my time seal. Huang Quanan's words completely confirmed that Tang Sanpao was a 6-star god of war. Tang Sanpao is really a 6-star god of war? Although Tang Sanpao did not attack brilliantly, it was a fact that he could ignore Huang Quanan's time seal. Huang Quanan had already said that only 6-star gods of war could ignore his time seal. Under such circumstances, it was almost certain that Tang Sanpao was a 6-star god of war. He's really a 6-star god of war. Heavens! There's really a 6-star god of war in this Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses. This Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses will go down in history. After confirming that Tang Sanpao was a 6-star god of war, the crowd went into a frenzy. Not only were the young geniuses shocked, but even the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms were shocked. Even the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple's sub-palaces were shocked. None of them expected there was a 6-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old in the Tidal Temple's main temple. No wonder he's the successor to the palace master of the Tidal Temple and the young master of the Tidal Temple. He's actually a 6-star god of war under the age of 1,000. Even the current palace master of the Tidal Temple is only a 5-star god of war under the age of 1000, right? As long as he can maintain this progress, he'll be even stronger than the current palace master of the Tidal Temple. At this moment, the crowd was no longer surprised that Tang Sanpao would become the successor to the palace master of the Tidal Temple. If such a person, not to mention that he was a direct descendant of the Tidal Temple, was qualified to become the successor of the Tidal Temple's Hall Master, who was qualified to do so? I admit defeat. After confirming that Tang Sanpao was a 6-star god of war, Huang Quanan admitted defeat. He had no intention of continuing the duel with Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao left the duel under everyone's heated gazes. He's really a 6-star god of war. Su Li sighed as he looked at Tang Sanpao's back. I was just guessing. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's truly shocking. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi, who were sitting in the back row, were dumbfounded. 6-star god of war. He's a 6-star god of war? They did not expect the young man who was chatting and laughing with them not long ago to be a 6-star god of war. To be more precise, he was a 6-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old. Moreover, he had another identity. The young master of the Tidal Temple. This identity was even more intimidating than the son of the Heavenly Emperor or the Holy Son of a Heaven-grade force. Zhongguoyu, you're the last person standing. While everyone's attention was still on Tang Sanpao, Su Konghai said to Zhongguoyu in a loud and clear voice. At the same time, he attracted everyone's attention. I give up. This time, Zhongguoyu only left his seat and did not have any intention of entering the arena. His decision was not unfamiliar to the people present. At the same time, no one made fun of him. They even felt that he was a wise man who adapted to the circumstances. Moreover, he decisively admitted defeat. For the group of spectators, it was also a good thing. At least they did not need to waste time watching a duel where the result was already predicted. Since that's the case, the first round of the ranking battle is over. Next, we'll begin the second round. Su Konghai announced once again. Now, the 29th place began to challenge because there was no one left in the 30th place. Due to the death of Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binghua's disciple, Zhou Yongqi, there was an empty spot. Deputy Temple Master Su. At this time, a heavenly emperor could not help but ask. The 30th place is empty. Will someone have a chance to compete? As soon as the heavenly emperor's voice fell, a group of young geniuses who felt that they had a chance to win the 30th place had their eyes lit up. They looked at Su Konghai expectantly. However, Su Konghai's response disappointed them greatly. The 30th place is empty. No one will compete. Immediately after, the challenges began again. Although the challenges of the 4-star war gods were intense, they were far inferior to the challenges of the 5-star war gods. Most of the spectators were also somewhat dispirited. Although it was strenuous for Su Li, he had once again maintained his ranking. Soon, it was the 10th place, a young genius with the strength of a 5-star war god. He was the third direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan Tian, Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang, who are you challenging? Su Konghai asked Yu Dongfang. Hearing this, Yu Dongfang did not hesitate and said bluntly, Zhongguoyu. Zhongguoyu was currently ranked the highest among those who did not have the strength of a peak 5-star war god. For this reason, Yu Dongfang chose him to replace him. Currently, his goal in this year's Devata Realms Genius Battle was no longer to be in the top 3. Instead, he wanted to be ranked behind a peak 5-star war god. Based on the current situation, it was impossible for him to even be in the top 4, let alone the top 3. Currently, there were 3 peak 5-star war gods and 1 6-star war god in the top 4. Chapter 35:19. Zhongguoyu was currently ranked 5th. However, Yu Dongfang, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Origin Heaven, wanted to challenge him. Yu Dongfang had been defeated many times. First, he was defeated by Huang Quanan. Then, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Although his master did not blame him and even comforted him when he apologized for being useless, he still found it difficult to accept the fact that he had been defeated twice in a row. He had always been the most outstanding disciple under the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Origin Heaven, Gongsun Xianyuan. Although his senior brothers and senior sisters were stronger than him, he was still young. Given enough time, he was certain he would surpass his senior brothers and senior sisters. In the heavenly palace of the Yellow Origin Heaven, he was considered a genius in the entire Yellow Origin Heaven. His journey in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses had been smooth sailing until he encountered Huang Quanan and Duan Lingtian. It was only then that he was defeated. Now, he desperately needed a battle to prove himself. For this reason, he chose to challenge Zhong Guiyu, who was currently ranked 5th. His goal had changed from being in the top 3 to being ranked 5th. Only then would he be able to redeem himself. Duan Lingtian, who do you think will win? Su Li asked Duan Lingtian when Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu were facing each other. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard Su Li's words. It's hard to say. Both of them have displayed similar strength. In the end, we'll see who's more composed. I think they'll win. In terms of composure, I think Zhong Guiyu will win, Su Li said. Yu Dongfang is no longer as calm as he used to be, Su Li said. A genius that has always been able to look down upon his peers has lost successively at the hands of Huang Quanan and Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it wouldn't be so easy for him to continue maintaining his composure. Ling Juoyun chimed in. I think Zhong Guiyu will win this battle. Then, Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu began to fight in full view of the public. The strength of the two was indeed on par with each other. After a few dozen moves, it was still difficult to determine the winner and loser, and no one had the upper hand. However, after 100 moves, those with good eyesight could see that Yu Dongfang was a little anxious. Sigh. On one of the floating islands, the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan, Gongsun Xianyuan, sighed and shook his head. Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, shook his head as well. Your disciple is too impatient. It seems like the previous defeat has dealt a huge blow to him. He's probably in a hurry to prove himself, and it's hard for him to maintain his composure after such a long battle. It's good to suffer a setback. Gongsun Xianyuan quickly regained his composure and said, in the past, he only knew that Xianyuan Tian was invincible among the younger generation. However, the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms has taught him that there's always someone better than him. After another 10 moves, Yu Dongfang was completely at a disadvantage. After 3 moves, Yu Dongfang lost. If I hadn't been careless, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me, Yu Dongfang said in a deep voice as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zhong Guiyu with a disgruntled expression on his face. Perhaps. Zhong Guiyu smiled faintly before he turned around and left. After all, he had been defeated one after another, and he had been demoted from the 1st place to the 5th place. Even someone like him could not help but feel slightly sullen. However, now that Yu Dongfang had delivered himself to him, and was defeated by him, he felt much better. Earlier, when he fought with Yu Dongfang, even he felt a little impatient, let alone Yu Dongfang. However, Yu Dongfang was the first to lose his patience. When he saw Yu Dongfang's impatience, he calmed down and defeated Yu Dongfang after a few dozen moves. Yu Dongfang had failed his challenge and continued to be ranked 10th. However, he could no longer challenge Zhong Guiyu and had no chance to avenge his humiliation. Even if he felt that he could avenge his humiliation and at least fight to a draw with Zhong Guiyu, it was useless. If he challenged the same person in the same round, he would not be able to start over. If he could start over, how was he supposed to continue? Was he supposed to wait until he had not made any mistakes and his opponent had made a mistake? Would his opponent be willing to accept that? No matter what, Yu Dongfang's loss was a loss. At this moment, he could only fight for the 6th place. Among the top 4, there were 2 people who had defeated him, so he could not challenge them. He knew he was not a match for the other 2 people. It was not that he had not thought about the possibility of Zhong Guiyu being defeated and replaced by him. However, those who were strong enough to defeat Zhong Guiyu were also strong enough to defeat him. However, judging from the situation of the others, it should be impossible for them to have the strength to defeat Zhong Guiyu, because he was confident that he was not weaker than any of them. Lu Suyen, 9th place, enter the arena and issue a challenge. After Yu Dongfang was eliminated, Su Konghai, who was presiding over the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, announced. Lu Suyen had fewer opponents to choose from. Yi Dongli had already defeated the person in front of her, so it was impossible for her to challenge her again. As for the other 5 people, Zhong Guiyu, who was ranked 5th, and the 4 people in front of her, she knew that she was no match for them, so it was impossible for her to challenge them. Therefore, she only had 2 opponents left. Sima Rui, who was ranked 6th, and Hong Yuan, who was ranked 8th. Both of them were young geniuses nurtured by the Tidal Temple. In the end, Lu Suyen chose to challenge Sima Rui, who was ranked 6th. However, she was defeated by Sima Rui. 8th place, Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan chose to challenge Yi Dongli. In the end, he took out an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit and defeated Yi Dongli. Hong Yuan was second only to Tang Sanpao among the younger generation in the Tidal Temple. The Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit was given to him by the Tidal Temple a few years ago. Even if the Tidal Temple did not give him the Emperor-grade celestial weapon, his master, the main hall elder of the Tidal Temple, who was much stronger than most heavenly emperors, would have given him the Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Hong Yuan, you're promoted. Su Konghai looked at Hong Yuan with a satisfied expression on his face. Hong Yuan bowed respectfully at Su Konghai before he left the arena. Su Konghai was the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple. Even Hong Yuan's master had to be respectful to Su Konghai. Naturally, he did not dare to disrespect Su Konghai. Yi Dongli, you can issue a challenge now or wait until the next round, Su Konghai said as he looked at Yi Dongli, who had yet to leave the arena. I'm not challenging anymore. 8th place is good enough. Yi Dongli shook her head. Clearly, she had decided to give up. Nobody made fun of her for making such a decision. Most people thought she was smart and knew how to adapt to circumstances. Since Yi Dongli had given up, Su Konghai looked at Sima Rui, who was currently ranked 6th on the spectator seats, and asked, Sima Rui, what about you? Do you want to issue a challenge? I give up as well. Sima Rui shook his head. Although his strength was on par with Hong Yuan, he knew that he wasn't Zhong Guiyu's opponent. As for the other 4, there was no need to even mention them. Any one of the 4 could beat him up. 5th place, Zhong Guiyu. After Sima Rui gave up, Su Konghai looked at Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu did not hesitate to give up as well. When Zhong Guiyu gave up, not only did the atmosphere turn gloomy, but it also turned lively. It's finally Duan Lingtian's turn. Duan Lingtian won't give up, right? Definitely not. His strength is also at the peak of the 5-star war god level. He might not be as strong as Tang Sanpao, but he's definitely on par with Ling Jueyun. Will he choose the 3rd place Huang Quanen? It's possible. But if it's Huang Quanen, unless he's a 6-star war god, has some secret technique, or has a bloodline like Ling Jueyun that can restrain Huang Quanen's vicissitudes of thought, he won't be a match for Huang Quanen. When it was almost Duan Lingtian's turn, the spectator seats were in an uproar. It was as if Duan Lingtian was very popular. Duan Lingtian, who do you plan to challenge? Before Duan Lingtian went up, Su Li asked curiously. Unlike the others, he had almost blind confidence in Duan Lingtian. Although the people ranked ahead of Duan Lingtian had all displayed amazing strength, he firmly believed that Duan Lingtian was not weaker than them. I'll challenge Huang Quanen first. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I've never met such a strong opponent who's skilled in the law of time. It's a good opportunity for me to experience it. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Konghai's voice sounded again. 4th place, Duan Lingtian, go up and choose your opponent. Hearing Su Konghai's words, Duan Lingtian left his seat and stepped into the air. When he appeared on the stage, Duan Lingtian could feel many gazes on him. At the same time, among these gazes, there was a strange light that gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. He tilted his head slightly and saw the palace master of the tidal temple's Xianyuan Heaven Branch Temple, Tathagata. To be more precise, it was the dead spirit race's clansman. Tathagata was currently not in control of his own body. You want to take over my body? Duan Lingtian glanced at Tathagata with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. This made Tathagata, who was also Yahiko, look particularly fierce. It was obvious that he was angry. I challenge. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally announced the opponent he was going to challenge. Third place, Huang Quanan. Huang Quanan. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, even the crowd, who had been prepared, could not help but burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian actually chose Huang Quanan. Doesn't he know that Huang Quanan's law of time is strange? Although Huang Quanan's law of time is strange and powerful, do you think Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao are easy to deal with? Both of them were existences that had once defeated Huang Quanan. Under normal circumstances, if Duan Lingtian can't even defeat Huang Quanan, it's basically impossible for him to be a match for Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huang Quanan flew up to the stage. The battle between Duan Lingtian and the top 5-star god of war, who was good at the law of time, was about to start. Chapter 35-20. Duan Lingtian, do you have a way to counter my law of time as well? Huang Quanan looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously after he entered the arena. He had been defeated by Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. For a moment he had doubted his life. In fact, he had been aiming for first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. However, it was clear that it was impossible now. Up until now, there were only 2 people who could defeat him. Initially, he thought he was invincible among those below the 6-star god of war. Therefore, he was confident he would be able to win first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. However, he did not expect there would be a 6-star god of war, Tang Sanpao. Apart from Tang Sanpao, there was another 5-star god of war, Ling Jueyun. Although Ling Jueyun did not display his strength as a 6-star god of war, Ling Jueyun's bloodline allowed him to freely switch between his death clone and his true body. Huang Quanan, who was confident he would be able to win first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, suffered 2 defeats. Now, there was another person who had challenged him. Moreover, this person was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who had ascended to godhood. Most importantly, Huang Quanan was not weak at all. His opponent was not even 700 years old. Since Ling Jueyun was not even 700 years old, it was not a big deal if he could defeat Huang Quanan. After all, Huang Quanan was from a realm of gods. However, Huang Quanan did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. However, Duan Lingtian's nonchalant attitude gave Huang Quanan an inexplicable sense of confidence. For this reason, Huang Quanan was extremely wary of Duan Lingtian. He could not help but ask, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, do you have a way to counter my law of time? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I just want to feel your law of time. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, those who had high hopes for him were rendered speechless again. Could it be that you challenged Huang Quanan just to feel his time laws? He didn't go there to defeat Huang Quanan? Duan Lingtian said so. Does that mean he has already given up? I've always thought it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to defeat Huang Quanan. He's destined to be ranked 4th in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses while Huang Quanan is ranked 3rd. As for the first place, it will definitely be Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao is a 6-star war god. Naturally, he deserves to be number 1. Now, because of Duan Lingtian's words, most people thought that he had already admitted defeat. As for Huang Quanan, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he had similar thoughts. Of course, the reason why he had such thoughts was more because he felt that Duan Lingtian could not possibly be his opponent. Vicissitudes in a single thought should be your strongest technique, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Quanan. Although Huang Quanan did not know why Duan Lingtian suddenly asked this question, he still nodded. The vicissitudes in a single thought was indeed his strongest technique. It was also his biggest trump card. Naturally, if he wanted to hit his opponent with the vicissitudes in a single thought, he would need to use other techniques from the law of time as well. Use your vicissitudes in a single thought. I won't dodge, Duan Lingtian said to Huang Quanen. However, Huang Quanen only frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. If I dodge, it'll be my loss, Duan Lingtian said. He could see Huang Quanen was worried. It was not difficult to guess Huang Quanen was worried Duan Lingtian would lie to him. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by the people present on the scene. It seems like Duan Lingtian really wants to see Huang Quanen's technique. If he doesn't dodge, Huang Quanen can effortlessly use vicissitudes in a single thought on him. Many people were already shaking their heads. They felt that the battle was about to end. All right. Duan Lingtian made a promise in front of everyone. Huang Quanen was also relieved. Earlier, he was worried that Duan Lingtian was only talking. Once he did not use any technique to imprison Duan Lingtian, if Duan Lingtian dodged smoothly, he would be able to gain the initiative. At that time, although he might not necessarily lose, he would be forced into a passive position. He naturally could not take the risk. Now that Duan Lingtian had made a promise in front of everyone, he had no more worries. In the next instant, under the gazes of everyone present, Huang Quanen's eyes flashed. He used vicissitudes in a single thought again. A strange power cut through the sky and smoothly entered Duan Lingtian's body. This is vicissitudes in a single thought? Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood in place, motionless. However, after a while, the crowd discovered that Duan Lingtian's body had not changed at all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not show any signs of aging. I see. After Duan Lingtian was struck by Huang Quanen's vicissitudes in a single thought, he was able to confirm the theory behind Huang Quanen's vicissitudes in a single thought. Huang Quanen's vicissitudes in a single thought would affect his soul and destroy his body, causing his vitality to drain away rapidly. Although Huang Quanen's vicissitudes in a single thought had penetrated his body and attacked his soul, it did not affect his soul at all. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that Huang Quanen's vicissitudes in a single thought would not be able to destroy his body. After all, if Duan Lingtian's vicissitudes in a single thought were not affected, he would be able to control the energy in his body and expel the time energy that was trying to destroy his body. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who was still in a daze, finally regained his senses. He looked at Huang Quanen and said, "Not bad. Those below the 6-star god of war would definitely be affected if they didn't have Ling Jiuyun's trump card." The souls of celestial emperors, especially titled celestial emperors, would improve as their comprehension of profundities increased. For example, the souls of 5-star gods of war were different from the souls of 6-star gods of war. When the profundities of laws improved and changed the soul would become even more indestructible. Just like earlier, Huang Quanen's goal was to affect Duan Lingtian's soul. However, since Duan Lingtian's soul was too strong, Huang Quanen's vicissitudes in a single thought was not effective at all. Seal! When Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Quanen with a smile on his face, Huang Quanen suddenly shouted. Then, a wave of energy that he had been accumulating swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian. This was a time storm. Wherever it passed, time froze. Even the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze in an instant. Vicissitudes in a single thought! Huang Quanen was about to cast the vicissitudes in a single thought again when Duan Lingtian's smile widened. Not bad. You've stopped time and trapped me in time. The law of time is indeed the strongest of the 4 supreme laws, Duan Lingtian said. You! Huang Quanen's eyes widened in shock and disbelief when he saw Duan Lingtian had broken his law of time in just a blink of an eye. You're really a 6-star god of war. Earlier, when the vicissitudes in a single thought hit Duan Lingtian, it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. For this reason, Huang Quanen had suspected Duan Lingtian was a 6-star god of war. However, now that he saw his law of time could not restrain Duan Lingtian, he was certain of his suspicion. With his current cultivation base and his attainments in the law of time, only a 6-star god of war or stronger would be able to ignore his law of time. Before Huang Quan had spoken, the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms were already shocked. Su Konghai, the host, had a grave expression on his face as well. The greed in the eyes of Lord Yahiko, the pavilion master of the title temple Xian Yuan Heaven's subtemple, was uncontrollable. Wind Celestial Emperor, your disciple has concealed his strength well, but so have you. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang calmly. He could tell Feng Qingyang knew his disciple, Duan Lingtian, was a 6-star god of war or stronger. A 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old? Moreover, he's a transcender. Wind Celestial Emperor, not only are you heaven-defying, but you're also heaven-defying when it comes to choosing disciples. Compared to your disciple, my disciple is dumber than a pig. Wei Qi, who was standing behind Ding Fu, smiled bitterly when he heard Ding Fu's words. His master had always praised him, but now, his master was saying he was dumber than a pig. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was at its peak. Heavens! Another 6-star god of war! Has there ever been 2 6-star gods of war in the Devata realm's battles of the geniuses? I don't think so. 2 6-star gods of war in the same Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. I'm afraid we're witnessing an unprecedented event. The faces of the young geniuses flushed with excitement. It was as though the 6-star gods of war were them instead of Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao. On the other hand, those who used to regard Duan Lingtian as a rival, such as Yu Dongfang, had an ashen expression on his face. He knew he would never be able to catch up to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Zhong Guiyu had a bitter smile on his face as he said, Senior sister, your little junior brother is much more heaven-defying than you said. A 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. Heavens! Even in the world of divine remains, there aren't many of such existences among the natives of the world of divine remains, right? It had to be said that Zhong Guiyu was shocked. Ouyang Su, who had knelt in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in hopes of becoming a disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. To think he had wanted to become a disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor. As it turned out, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor was such a heaven-defying existence. A 6-star god of war who was not even 700 years old. His talent and comprehension were even more heaven-defying than the young master of the title temple, Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao was much older than Duan Lingtian. Do you still want to continue? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Quanen. What's there to continue? Huang Quanen smiled bitterly. You're a 6-star god of war. Don't tell me you want to humiliate me? Your opponent shouldn't be me. It should be Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao. Huang Quanen looked at Su Konghai and said, Vice Temple Master Su, I admit defeat. Su Konghai nodded. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and announced Duan Lingtian's victory. At this moment, Su Konghai's gaze turned complicated. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 35-21. Su Konghai did not expect there would be another 6-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses this time, apart from his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was not even 700 years old, but he had already mastered 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, the Sword Tao and the Tao of control. Although he knew that he had just grasped the basics, he had already grasped it. Even as the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, he had only come into contact with one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. He still had a long way to go before he could grasp the basics of the Tao of heaven and earth. If we have the chance, we must imprison Duan Lingtian in the Title Temple so that he can share his Sword Tao and Tao of control. At the same time, Su Konghai muttered to himself as traces of light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Of course, compared to Master Yahiko, he was much more subtle. At least, even Duan Lingtian didn't notice the abnormality in his eyes. Duan Lingtian was originally in 4th place, but now that he had successfully challenged Huang Quanan, who was in 3rd place, he smoothly advanced to 3rd place and replaced him. At this time, under normal circumstances, Huang Quanan could wait for another round to issue a challenge, or he could issue a challenge now. However, the current situation was special. After all, the 3 people ranked before Huang Quanan had already defeated him. For this reason, there was no point in continuing to challenge them. Moreover, according to the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, he was no longer allowed to challenge Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Since Huang Quanan can't issue a challenge, then it's Tang Sanpao's turn to issue a challenge. Tang Sanpao is now in 2nd place. If he wants to issue a challenge, it's destined that he can only challenge one person. As Duan Lingtian and Huang Quanan left the stage, many burning gazes fell on Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun. Tang Sanpao was 2nd, and Ling Jueyun was 1st. Tang Sanpao could only challenge Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun, come on up! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao flew away from the spectator seats and stepped into the air in the blink of an eye. The moment he entered the arena, he looked at Ling Jueyun and said bluntly. Although his voice was not loud, everyone present could hear it clearly. Then, Ling Jueyun entered the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The 2 of them stood facing each other. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyun and smiled faintly. Ling Jueyun, your bloodline can restrain Huang Quanan, but it can't restrain me. If that's all you have, I'm afraid you're not my match. Whether I'm a match for you or not, we'll only know after we try, Ling Jueyun said calmly. Then let's cut the crap. Come on. As soon as Tang Sanpao opened his mouth, his body suddenly ignited with blazing flames. The flames burned to the extreme, turning from fiery red to white, causing the void to tremble. Obviously, the temperature had reached a terrifying level. In the next moment, Tang Sanpao's body swayed and his entire body shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Ling Jueyun. In the face of the menacing Tang Sanpao, Ling Jueyun's eyes narrowed. Then, his entire body bloomed with a blood-red light, like a blood-red meteor streaking across the sky. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing many of the people present to tremble. Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun had collided, and the 2 of them were evenly matched. Seeing that they could not gain the upper hand, the 2 of them quickly retreated. It seems like I've underestimated you. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyun in surprise. Then, he made his move again. With a wave of his hand, a white light condensed from flames shot out. It was extremely sharp, and it seemed like it could cut through anything. This time, a figure shot out of Ling Jueyun's body and blocked the white light with its bare hands. This was the Law of Death's undead clone profundity that Ling Jueyun had cast. However, even though it had withstood Tang Sanpao's attack, the undead doppelganger was already badly damaged. Ling Jueyun, I'm very curious. Do you have the strength of a 6-star god of war? Tang Sanpao no longer held back when he attacked again. It was as though he was a 6-star god of war, and it was as though he could defeat all his enemies. This time, apart from Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses, many heavenly emperors from the Devata realms and high-ranking officials from the various title temples had a solemn expression on their faces. Tang Sanpao no longer held back. He knew it was impossible for him to defeat Ling Jueyun even if he did not hold back. In that case, he might as well go all out to prevent himself from being injured. In this kind of battle, if he was injured, he would be at a disadvantage. Swoosh! Swoosh! Tang Sanpao revealed his strength as a 6-star god of war. He had fused many profundities from the law of fire, making him look like a majestic god of fire. Furthermore, the flames that surrounded his entire body were a blazing white, so bright that it was somewhat dazzling. Even though the spectators were seated far away in the spectator stands, they could clearly feel the fiery aura that swept towards them. The blazing white flame seemed to be able to incinerate everything. Ling Jueyun, be careful! At the same time, a spear appeared in Tang Sanpao's hand. On top of the 7-foot-long spear, there was a spear light. One could vaguely see that within the spear light, there seemed to be a blood-red light flashing. The blood-red light had a pair of ghostly green eyes that sent chills down one's spine. This is Tang Sanpao's first time using his celestial weapon. It's obvious his celestial weapon is an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. When Tang Sanpao revealed his celestial weapon, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Everyone instinctively shifted their attention to Ling Juoyan. Buzz! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ling Juoyan drew his sword from its scabbard. It was a flexible sword. It swayed in the air, emitting a buzzing sound. As Ling Juoyan's celestial origin energy surged out of his hand, the long sword straightened in an instant. At the same time, the phantom of a python shrouded in black she appeared in the spear rays. Another Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit! Everyone was shocked, and their gazes became even more heated. There were even quite a few people who stared with their eyes wide open, unable to take their eyes off the scene in front of them. It was as though they were afraid of seeing something spectacular. Swoosh! 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 The sound of 3 explosions reverberated in the air almost at the same time. Due to the short interval between the explosions, many people only heard one of the explosions. It was Tang Sanpao who had made his move. Tang Sanpao's 3 spear rays shot toward Ling Juoyan like missiles and rockets. Although Ling Juoyan tried to dodge the attacks, the spear rays continued to chase after Ling Juoyan. It was as though the spear rays had locked onto him. Wherever the spear rays passed, the void trembled. It was as though the air was being sucked out. Swoosh! 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 The sound of 3 swords whistling in the air rang in the air. Ling Juoyan, who had dodged the spear rays, launched his attack. 3 sword rays shrouded in black she shot out like 3 meteors to meet the spear rays. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 spear rays collided. There was no explosion as expected. After the 3 sword rays collided with the spear rays, they turned into 3 black mists that shrouded the spear rays and swallowed them whole. However, the black mist did not fare well either. When the spear rays disappeared, only a few of them were left and scattered with the wind. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Tang Sanpao's legs shook the void, causing the sky to tremble violently. Then, he rushed toward Ling Juoyan with his spear at a speed faster than the previous 3 spear rays. In the face of the menacing Tang Sanpao, Ling Juoyan's eyes narrowed. Then, his body swayed and he went up to meet him. At the same time, another figure rushed out of Ling Juoyan's body. It was his death doppelganger. Together with his original body, they met Tang Sanpao head-on. Boom! Rumble! The 3 figures kept crossing each other. Every time they gathered together, there would be an earth-shattering sound. The battle was vividly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. However, Tang Sanpao still did not gain the upper hand. At this moment, many people, including Su Konghai, who was in charge of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, who had regained their senses, narrowed their eyes in shock. They could see Tang Sanpao was not holding back at all. Even so, he still did not gain the upper hand. What did this mean? Ling Juoyan is also a 6-star god of war. The hearts of Su Konghai and the others shuddered. Since when did a 6-star god of war become so common? In the past, a 6-star god of war in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses was enough to shock an era. Earlier, Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, had displayed his strength as a 6-star god of war after Tang Sanpao. 2 6-star gods of war below the age of 1000. However, now that Ling Juoyan had displayed his strength as a 6-star god of war, many people were shocked again. Naturally, there were also a few people who were not surprised. After all, he's from a prominent clan in the realms of gods. It would be embarrassing if he's weaker than Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao. You can't say that, right? Whether it's Duan Lingtian or Tang Sanpao, they're only top-tier geniuses in the Devata realms. On the other hand, Ling Juoyan might not necessarily be a top-tier genius in the realms of gods. You can't compare the 2 of them. I think so as well. Even among the natives of the realms of gods, there must be some mediocre geniuses and some mediocre geniuses who might not even be as good as me. In any case, based on Ling Jiuyun's strength, he's definitely not mediocre in the realms of gods. Even if he's not a top-tier genius, he's still a rare genius. Due to Ling Jiuyun's background as a disciple of a prominent clan in the realms of gods, the people present were not as shocked as they were when they saw Duan Lingtian revealing his strength as a 6-star god of war. Ling Jiuyun was born in the highest realm of gods in the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was born in the lowest mundane realm. Chapter 35:22. Compared to Ling Jiuyun's illustrious background, Duan Lingtian came from a humble background. He relied on himself step by step to reach where he was today. Because of this, when they learned that Duan Lingtian was a 6-star god of war, they were shocked beyond words. Therefore, even when they saw Ling Jiuyun displaying the strength of a 6-star god of war, they could still accept it. Although they were still shocked, it was not as shocking as when they learned that Duan Lingtian was a 6-star god of war. Boom! Boom boom boom! The battle between Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao continued. It was as intense as before. 100 moves passed in the blink of an eye. 200 moves also passed in a flash. After 300 moves, the two of them were still evenly matched. Moreover, both of them were very calm. Neither of them revealed any flaws because of their anxiety. For example, Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan, was originally evenly matched with Zhong Guiyu. However, because he was anxious, he revealed his flaws and was defeated by Zhong Guiyu. Yu Dongfang was very unwilling to accept his defeat in that battle. However, it was useless even if he was unwilling to accept his defeat. Ling Jiuyun. In the end, Tang Sanpao separated from Ling Jiuyun in a flash. After keeping a distance, he said to Ling Jiuyun, "It's difficult to determine the winner between us. How about we call it a draw? Although I have the divine artifact given by the Tidal Temple, with your status, you must have a better divine artifact. You haven't used the divine artifact until now. Obviously, you don't want to defeat me with the power of the divine artifact. Let's call it a draw. The ranking will still be the same. You will be first, and I will be second." When Tang Sanpao said this, in terms of ranking, it was no different from him losing. Okay. Ling Jiuyun nodded. It was indeed difficult to determine the winner between him and Tang Sanpao. If they continued, it would be the same. They could only fight until one of them was tired or distracted. But it was meaningless. Based on their accumulation and temperament, either of them would be the first to reveal a flaw unless they fought for a few months. However, at this moment, Tang Sanpao continued to say, "Although it's a tie between us and you're ranked first, the reason I joined the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms is to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. I can give you the first place, but I can't give you the exploding element celestial fruit. Even if we end up in a tie, I hope you can give me the exploding element celestial fruit. I'm willing to pay a certain price for it. Of course, you can also choose to draw straws with me to decide the ownership of the exploding element immortal fruit." As Tang Sanpao spoke, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He had originally thought that obtaining the exploding element immortal fruit was in the bag, but who would have thought that Ling Jiuyun would appear out of nowhere, whose strength was not any weaker than his, and Duan Lingtian, who had displayed the strength of a 6-star battle god, also gave him a certain amount of pressure. As expected, Tang Sanpao's hunch was right. His greatest opponents in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses were Duan Lingtian and Ling Jiuyun. "Let's draw straws," Ling Jiuyun said. "I'm determined to obtain the exploding element immortal fruit as well." "All right." Tang Sanpao nodded in agreement. This was, without a doubt, the best solution. After all, either of them could defeat the other. However, it's still too early for us to talk about this. Ling Jiuyun turned to look at the purple-clad young man as he said, "Don't tell me you think we can defeat Duan Lingtian?" Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed when he heard Ling Jiuyun's words. "We'll have to fight him in the next round to know if we can defeat him or not." Just as Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao were about to leave, A voice rang in the air. Both of you, recover your strength. As the voice rang out, a figure stepped out from the spectator stands on a floating island and appeared before everyone's eyes. It's Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. What's Feng Qingyang trying to do? I don't know. Everyone was puzzled by Feng Qingyang's words when Su Konghai looked at Feng Qingyang and asked with a frown on his face. Heavenly Emperor Feng, what are you doing? Vice Hall Master Su. Feng Qingyang looked at Su Konghai and smiled faintly. I have something urgent to attend to, so I'm leaving with my disciple, Duan Lingtian. I hope he can fight with Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun in advance. Heavenly Emperor Feng, if you have something urgent to attend to, you can leave with Duan Lingtian. Even if you don't fight for the first, second, and third place, no one will object. Su Konghai sighed in relief inwardly. At the very least, his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao, would have one less competitor. Duan Lingtian was too strange. He was not even certain his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao, would be a match for Duan Lingtian. You should know the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, Su Konghai said. Of course. Feng Qingyang nodded and continued to say, for this reason, I plan to let my disciple, Duan Lingtian, fight in advance according to the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. If I'm not mistaken, there's a rule in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. If there's a special circumstance, the top 30 can challenge each other at any time. Under such circumstances, even my disciple, Duan Lingtian, can challenge each other at any time. Feng Qingyang said. You mean? Su Konghai's expression changed drastically when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on his face. That's right. Feng Qingyang nodded. I plan to let him challenge Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun at the same time. I'll let him fight Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun at the same time. Naturally, before that, Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun can recover their strength until they're at their peak. The entire place fell silent when Feng Qingyang finished speaking. There was indeed a rule in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. If a person ranked lower than him wanted to challenge the two people ranked higher than him at the same time, he could do so at any time. There was no need to follow the order of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. This was also a type of privilege. However, one had to be strong enough to obtain this privilege. Heavens! I was wondering why Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang suddenly stepped forward. I didn't expect he would let his disciple, Duan Lingtian, fight Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun alone. Although Duan Lingtian is a 6-star god of war, Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun are 6-star gods of war as well. Where does the Heavenly Emperor Feng get his confidence from to let Duan Lingtian challenge Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun at the same time? It's not that simple to fight two people at the same time. When everyone regained their senses, whether it was the heavenly emperors of Devata realms, the high-ranking officials from the various title temples, or the group of young geniuses, all of them were shocked. Even Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who was sitting next to Feng Qingyang, did not expect Feng Qingyang would suddenly stand up because of this matter. Master, it seems like junior uncle Feng is very confident in junior brother Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Ding Fu's disciple Wei Qi, who was standing behind Ding Fu, said with bright eyes. Of course, I can see that. Ding Fu nodded. At the same time, he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, if I'm not mistaken, junior nephew Duan must have something that junior brother Feng obtained from the Azura Hell. Naturally, it's also possible that junior nephew Duan is still hiding his true strength. Ding Fu said. Still hiding his true strength? Wei Qi was shocked. Don't tell me he's a top 6-star god of war? That's impossible, right? A top 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. Even if he's a top 6-star god of war, it's impossible for him to defeat Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun if they join forces. Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun aren't ordinary 6-star gods of war. Their strength is close to that of a top 6-star god of war. Ding Fu's eyes glinted as he said, Unless he's a 7-star god of war. 7-star god of war? Hearing this, Wei Qi swallowed hard and said with a look of disbelief, "Is that possible? A 7-star god of war who's not even 700 years old? In the history of the Devata realms, there hasn't been a 7-star god of war who's not even 1,000 years old, right? For this reason, I think it's the former. Junior nephew Duan might have something that the Wind Celestial Emperor obtained from the Azura Hell. It might be a high-grade divine artifact with a soul." Ding Fu said. "As far as I know, there are different grades of divine artifacts. There are primitive divine artifacts, mediocre-grade divine artifacts, prominent divine artifacts, and supreme-grade divine artifacts. After that, there are supreme divine artifacts." It was clear Ding Fu knew a lot. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, had the same thought as well. His eyes flashed as he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, "Indeed, the Tidal Temple has such a rule for the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. However, there's a condition that the titled god emperors aren't allowed to use any external forces. Once this condition is added, both Tang Sanpao and Ling Juoyun won't be able to use their celestial weapons. As for Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to use his celestial weapons as well. In fact, he won't be able to use any external forces other than himself." The moment Su Konghai spoke, it could be said that he had sealed Duan Lingtian's path of relying on external help. He knew Feng Qingyang must have obtained something from the Azura Hell that allowed Duan Lingtian to defeat Tang Sanpao and Ling Juoyun. For this reason, he had added this condition on behalf of the Tidal Temple. "Of course, it's up to you." Su Konghai, who thought Feng Qingyang would back off, did not expect Feng Qingyang would accept his conditions so easily. Su Konghai's eyes twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Was Feng Qingyang really that confident in Duan Lingtian? Where did he get his confidence from? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Chapter 35-23. Both Ling Juoyun and Tang Sanpao could not help but look at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. They did not expect Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to join the battle. Moreover, they did not expect Feng Qingyang would agree to Duan Lingtian's request. Moreover, he was following the rules set by the Tidal Temple for the battles between geniuses in the Devata realms. "Ling Juoyun, it seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is beyond our expectations." Tang Sanpao sent a voice transmission to Ling Juoyun. However, Ling Juoyun ignored Tang Sanpao's words. He turned to look at Duan Lingtian in the distance before he sat cross-legged in the air. He took out a few pills and consumed them to restore his celestial origin energy. Upon seeing this, Tang Sanpao also sat down and consumed some pills to restore his celestial origin energy. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had followed the rules set by the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Although they felt it was humiliating, they had no choice but to accept it. They could join forces to defeat Duan Lingtian and slap Feng Qingyang in the face. Naturally, they knew Feng Qingyang was confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. Moreover, he did not reject Feng Qingyang's request even though Su Konghai, the host of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, had suggested Feng Qingyang was confident in Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Ling Juoyun was inwardly shocked even though he did not show it on his face. Ever since he had parted ways with Duan Lingtian, he was confident he was stronger than Duan Lingtian because of his foundation from the realms of gods and the fortuitous encounters he had obtained over the years. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed the strength of a 6-star god of war during the Devata realm's battle of geniuses, he was not discouraged at all. He did not think Duan Lingtian would be stronger than him even if Duan Lingtian was a 6-star god of war. However, now that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had joined the battle, Ling Juoyun realized Duan Lingtian was stronger than Duan Lingtian. Ling Juoyun was certain Duan Lingtian was stronger than Ling Juoyun. Not only was Feng Qingyang the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and Ling Juoyun, he was also a godly powerhouse. For him to make such a request Ling Juoyun, it meant he was confident Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Duan Juoyun and Duan Juoyun, Ling Juoyun, would be. In that case, we'll wait for them to recover before we fight Duan Lingtian. Su Konghai tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart when he heard Feng Qingyang agreeing to his request. Not only was he speaking to Feng Qingyang, but he was also speaking to everyone present on the scene. All right. When Feng Qingyang returned to his seat next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, the young geniuses present on the scene finally regained their senses. All of them were shocked. Heavens! The legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven actually agreed to such a request? Not being able to rely on external forces isn't as simple as not being able to use celestial artifacts and divine artifacts. Under such circumstances, any force that doesn't belong to you can't rely on it. Once you rely on it, you'll be judged to have lost the battle and be eliminated. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is really confident in his only true disciple. Since the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is so confident, it means Duan Lingtian is strong enough to deal with Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao. Their gazes seemed to have come to an agreement as they looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. Before his master, Feng Qingyang, had entered the Azure Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, through voice transmission. Feng Qingyang had said his master's true body had found a secret room similar to the Law of Laws in the Tidal Temple in the Azure Hell. Naturally, the secret room only contained one type of law: the Law of Time. However, since the secret room contained a lot of the Law of Time, it was more than enough for him to absorb. Currently, Duan Lingtian's master's true body had successfully mastered all the profundities from the Law of Time in the secret room. Moreover, his master had successfully formed a clone of the Law of Time. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, shocked when he heard this news. According to his master, that place was enough for him to comprehend all the profundities from the Law of Time. However, he could only rely on himself if he wanted to fuse all the profundities from the Law of Time with the Law of Time. There was no external force that could help him. Let alone titled celestial emperors who were still trying to fuse all the profundities from the Law of Time. Even the gods in the realms of gods were trying to fuse all the profundities from the Law of Time. After all, the gods in the realms of gods who had the same cultivation base would be stronger if they mastered more profundities from the Law of Time. Duan Lingtian, are you confident? Su Li's voice rang in the air, interrupting Duan Lingtian's train of thought. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Previously, Duan Lingtian had ignored the gazes that were directed at him from the surroundings. You'll find out soon enough, Duan Lingtian replied with a smile on his face. When Su Li heard Duan Lingtian's reply, his eyes instantly lit up. At the same time, he had a bitter smile on his face as he said, I originally thought I was already closer to you now. But now it seems like I've been thrown further and further away by you. At the same time, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi, who were sitting in the back row, looked at Duan Lingtian's silhouette with disbelief in their eyes. They could not help but blush when they recalled how they had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Do all of you think Duan Lingtian has a high chance of winning? While Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao were recovering their celestial origin energies, the people present on the scene were busy discussing the upcoming battle. Although they had to wait for the battle to begin, they felt it was worth the wait. Nobody was in a hurry. At the same time, the group of heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various tidal temples branches were also whispering among themselves. The Wind Heaven Emperor is too confident in his only true disciple. I think Duan Lingtian might be able to defeat Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao on his own. That might not be the case. Perhaps this is just a test from the Wind Heaven Emperor to Duan Lingtian. In any case, Duan Lingtian is definitely stronger than Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao. As for whether he'll be able to defeat both of them, we'll have to wait for the results. Among the people present on the scene, some of them felt that Duan Lingtian was capable of defeating both Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao. Some of them felt that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, wanted to test Duan Lingtian by allowing him to fight both Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao on his own. However, although they all had their own thoughts, they were only guesses. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming battle. After about 2 hours, Ling Juyin opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at Su Konghai and said, "I've recovered to my peak state. I can make a move at any time." "All right." At the same time, Tang Sanpao opened his eyes and stood up as well. "I've recovered as well." "You've recovered?" When Ling Juyin and Tang Sanpao announced that they had recovered to their peak state, everyone's eyes lit up. Swoosh! There was no need for anyone to remind Duan Lingtian. He stepped into the air and entered the ring in just a blink of an eye. Currently, Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. Not a single person's gaze was not on him. Faced with the numerous gazes, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged and was calm as before. "Brother Feng, you're so confident in junior nephew Duan. Do you think he'll win this battle?" At this moment, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, could not help but ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time when he saw Duan Lingtian entering the ring. "Under normal circumstances, it should be fine," Feng Qingyang replied. "Under normal circumstances?" Ding Fu was stunned. He did not know why Feng Qingyang was so confident. "Brother Feng, what do you mean by that?" Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian in the distance and said unhurriedly, "It's because I don't know much about this disciple of mine." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, not only was Ding Fu speechless, but even Wei Qi was rendered speechless. On the other hand, Meng Luo, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, remained calm. He did not seem surprised at all. It was obvious he had expected this. Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyin, and Tang Sanpao faced each other in the ring. Duan Lingtian. Tang Sanpao smiled bitterly and said, "It seems like I've underestimated you. Today, let's see how big the gap is between us." It was obvious Tang Sanpao felt Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. He felt this way because of Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. When Tang Sanpao first approached Duan Lingtian, he had said that Feng Qingyang was his idol. He did not lie to Duan Lingtian because he truly regarded Feng Qingyang as his idol. Naturally, he believed his idol's words. Ling Juyun remained silent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with battle intent and a hint of solemnity could be seen in them. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Su Konghai looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, apart from the fact that you can't rely on external help, you'll lose the right to challenge any one of them if you lose. You can say that if you lose, even if you're stronger than Tang Sanpao or Ling Juyun, you won't be able to challenge either of them," Duan Lingtian said. "Are you clear about this?" Su Konghai asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was aware of the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. "In that case, all of you may begin." As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the eyes of the onlookers lit up immediately. They stared intently at Duan Lingtian, Tang Sanpao, and Ling Juyin as though they were afraid they would miss out on something exciting. Chapter 35-24. "It seems like I've really found a treasure." Lord Tathagata, or Yahiko, stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. He was looking forward to his body in the future. At this moment, it was not only Tathagata, but even Su Konghai was staring at Duan Lingtian. What an outstanding talent! How good would it be if he was a member of the Tidal Temple? If he was a member of the Tidal Temple, it would not be impossible for him to replace Tang Sanpao as the young temple master of the Tidal Temple. In this world, the strong were respected. As the oldest force in this world, the Tidal Temple also valued the strong. Not only were the positions of the older generation determined by their strength, but it was the same for the younger generation as well. Under such circumstances, cultivation was the norm in the Tidal Temple. Basically, everyone was a cultivation maniac. Su Konghai was one of them. Step by step, Su Konghai had become the vice temple master of the Tidal Temple. Only he knew how many hardships he had gone through during this period. It was difficult. It was too difficult. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Lord Tathagata's and Su Konghai's thoughts. At this moment, he was facing off against Ling Juyin and Tang Sanpao. Duan Lingtian. Tang Sanpao looked at Duan Lingtian. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. Although you're fighting 1 against 2, and Ling Jiuyun and I have the upper hand, don't expect me to hold back. I believe Ling Jiuyun is the same, Tang Sanpao said. Hold back? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. There's no need for that. Now you can make your move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as he spoke nonchalantly. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, swoosh, swoosh, a series of piercing sounds rang out. Tang Sanpao's body was burning with white flames. The flames roared out like a prairie fire that could not be stopped once it started. On the other hand, Ling Jiuyun's body was shrouded in black qi. Bolts of lightning could be seen flashing around the black qi, emitting a suffocating aura. At the same time, the young geniuses in the spectator seats were in an uproar as well. It's starting! No matter who wins or loses this battle, it's going to be recorded in the history books. It's worth it to be able to witness this battle. The young geniuses were not the only ones who were watching the battle. Most of the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple's branch palaces were also watching the battle attentively. Senior Duan Senior, Ding Tian Di Tianz's is like Hishi's Senior, Feng Yu's Senior, Heavenly Yu. Senior? Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, old brother Ding. Although he did not know how strong his only true disciple, Duan Lingtian, was before the battle, he had asked for Duan Lingtian's opinion. Duan Lingtian's reply was confident. Since his disciple was so strong, how could he not trust him? Soon after, Duan Lingtian remained motionless under everyone's watchful eyes. His expression was as calm as ever. On the other hand, Tang Sanpao and Ling Jiuyun's expressions were solemn. They did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian at all. Both of them knew Duan Lingtian very well. Since Duan Lingtian was so calm at this moment, it meant he was not afraid of them making the first move. However, even with that being the case, they still decided to attack together after accumulating their power. Without any discussion, both of them made their moves at the same time. Boom! 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 Tang Sanpao leaped into the air. Due to his fast speed, the white flames on his body were dragged out by him. He looked like a divine dragon formed by the white flames as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Ling Jiuyun's celestial origin energy condensed into a sword in his hand. His death avatar had also snuck up behind Duan Lingtian and formed a sword in his hand as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blazing white flames filled the air, seemingly causing the temperature of the entire world to rise a little. Some of the young geniuses who were closer and had lower cultivations had their faces slightly flushed, clearly feeling a certain amount of pressure. Whoosh! 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 Ling Jiuyun's sword and the sword of his death avatar carried the profundity of the law of death as they charged toward Duan Lingtian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Duan Lingtian was surrounded and attacked from all sides in just a blink of an eye. Why isn't Duan Lingtian making his move? Isn't he afraid he won't have a chance to make his move? It seems like the teleportation profundity from the law of space has given Duan Lingtian enough confidence. Even if he teleports away, Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao can immediately switch positions and charge at him. He won't have time to recharge his energy. Sometimes, teleportation isn't necessarily an advantage. It can be a disadvantage as well. That's true. While many people were expressing their opinions about the scene before them, whether it was Ling Jiuyun or Tang Sanpao, their attacks were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. In fact, it would only take a moment for their attacks to land on Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Just as most people thought, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his original spot. Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao did not care about this. They immediately turned around and charged at Duan Lingtian again. This time, the speed of their attacks was faster than before. It seems that both Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao held back earlier. They're obviously waiting for Duan Lingtian to teleport before they attack with all their might. I just don't know how Duan Lingtian will neutralize their attack. Judging from their speed, It's obviously impossible for Duan Lingtian to teleport again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, after Duan Lingtian teleported, Ling Juyin and Tang San Pao, who were extremely fast, arrived near Duan Lingtian again in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blazing white flames filled the sky. It was like a white sunset that covered the sky and the sun. It was dazzling. Whoosh! 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 Sword lights shot out from Ling Juyun's and his death doppelganger's swords. Each of the sword lights was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, sharp and bloodthirsty. Just as the crowd had expected, Duan Lingtian did not use the teleportation profundity again. In the face of Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao's swift attacks, Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever. There was no change in his expression. Why aren't you attacking? Now, even the group of heavenly emperors and the higher-ups of the titled God Emperor branch halls could not help but feel anxious. On the other hand, a few people, including Su Konghai and Gong Sun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the yellow darch 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 of the however, they did not know where his confidence came from. Su Konghai glanced at Feng Qingyang and saw that Feng Qingyang's expression was calm as if nothing had happened. From this, he knew that he would not be able to find the answer from Feng Qingyang. In the end, he could only look at Duan Lingtian. Just as Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao's powers were infinitely close to Duan Lingtian finally made a move. Duan Lingtian stretched out his right hand and suddenly clenched his fist. In the next instant, cracks in space appeared around his body and swallowed Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks. However, there were too many attacks, and they were like raging waves. Duan Lingtian's annihilation Tao of control was like a drop in the ocean in front of Ling Juyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks. More and more attacks were directed at Duan Lingtian. Bang! 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 Earth-shattering sounds reverberated in the air. Every sound was so loud that it made one's heart tremble. At the same time, a blazing white light burst out like a dazzling sun. Everyone, including the group of heavenly emperors and the higher-ups of the titled temple's branch halls, instinctively squinted their eyes. However, when the shockwaves gradually dissipated and everyone opened their eyes, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Under the watchful eyes of the group of people, the area in front of Duan Lingtian that was shrouded in blazing white flames and strange black energy appeared. However, although the black and white energy surged, they were unable to charge out of that area. It's the confinement profundity from the law of space. Many people could see this. Naturally, some people soon discovered how terrifying the confinement profundity from the law of space that Duan Lingtian had cast was. The confinement profundity seems to have merged the distortion profundity and the territory profundity. That's not all. The confinement profundity has also merged the magnetic storm profundity and the creation profundity. Look, there's the magnetic storm profundity and the creation profundity around him. When the scene unfolded in front of everyone's eyes, coupled with some people's casual introduction, the group of young geniuses was stunned. The fusion of three profundities from the law of space? Moreover, it's the fusion of two profundities. Even a six-star god of war usually refers to someone who has mastered the fusion of two profundities. Even the top six-star gods of war rarely master the fusion of three profundities. The fusion of three profundities is the symbol of a seven-star god of war. This is especially true for someone who has mastered the fusion of two profundities. He's 100% a seven-star god of war. A seven-star god of war. After the commotion, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Almost everyone, including Ling Juyin and Tang San Pao, looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that this was real. A person who was not even 700 years old had mastered the fusion of two profundities from the law of space, one of the four supreme laws? Chapter 35-25. Boom! Boom boom boom! Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpeo's expressions were extremely solemn. At the same time, they no longer held back and unleashed all of their techniques. The vast and unparalleled power of flames and the unpredictable power of death were unleashed. However, under Duan Lingtian's power of imprisonment, although the two of them were strong and their combined attacks were so strong that even a top 6-star war god would not dare to face them head-on, they were unable to truly shake Duan Lingtian's imprisonment space. They only managed to cause the imprisonment space to tremble slightly. Change to another place to attack. Just as Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpeo's expressions changed drastically, Su Konghai's timely reminder rang in Tang Sanpeo's ears. After Su Konghai's reminder, Tang Sanpeo's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. How could he have forgotten? Now, he and Ling Jiuyun were directly facing Duan Lingtian. Not only were they attacking Duan Lingtian's imprisonment space, but they were also directly resisting Duan Lingtian's Tao of control of the four Taos of heaven and earth that he had just mastered. The area around Duan Lingtian's body was completely under his control. Within the range of his control, the imprisonment space was naturally extremely strong. It was not something that he and Ling Jiuyun could break through. However, if it was in other areas of the imprisonment space, he and Ling Jiuyun might be able to break through. Ling Jiuyun! Without any hesitation, Tang Sanpao called out to Ling Jiuyun. Then, under his reminder, Ling Jiuyun also restrained his attacks. At the same time, his gaze swept to other areas of the imprisonment space. The two of them were actually relatively calm people. However, because this battle had shocked them greatly from the very beginning, they could no longer maintain their usual calmness. If it was a one-on-one battle, they could remain calm. However, 2 against 1 was a kind of blasphemy to their strength. After all, their opponent was not older than them. In fact, he was even younger than their average age. Under such circumstances, they could not maintain a good mentality. However, with Su Konghai's reminder, the two of them quickly changed their attack plan. As long as it was a place that was not covered by Duan Lingtian's Tao of control, with the two of them working together, they might be able to break through the imprisonment space. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao instantly retreated. Then, they attacked in the opposite direction. They wanted to break through Duan Lingtian's imprisonment space from the other side. This scene caused the eyes of many people who saw through their plan to light up. Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao are indeed peerless existences who became 6-star gods of war before the age of 1000. Under such circumstances, they can still calmly deal with Duan Lingtian's attack. This is really rare. Duan Lingtian's strength lies not only in his comprehension of the law of space, but also in his mastery of the Tao of control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. He's the master of space in the area around him. Unless one's strength is far stronger than him, it's difficult to break through his control of the area. If Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao join forces, even a top 6-star god of war wouldn't dare to face them head-on. If they join forces and change their direction to avoid Duan Lingtian's Tao of control, they should be able to break through Duan Lingtian's Tao of control. Even if they break through, I'm afraid they're no match for Duan Lingtian. At this moment, we're certain Duan Lingtian is a 7-star god of war. A 7-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. In the history of the Devata realms, whether it's the natives of the Devata realms or the Ascenders, I don't think there's anyone like this before, right? Even Duan Lingtian's master, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, didn't have such an achievement at such a young age. When Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao turned around and launched their attacks, the originally silent spectator seats became lively again. Although they had regained their senses, they were still shocked by the news that Duan Lingtian was a 7-star god of war. It would take them a long time to calm down, and they might not be able to calm down until today. I have some ideas. When Duan Lingtian saw Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks, he smiled faintly. With just a thought, he waved his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. When Duan Lingtian made a grabbing motion in the air, Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao launched their attacks again. However, before they could even touch the Tao of control, they were swept away by a surge of energy and disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, bang! An earth-shattering sound came from above everyone's heads. Only then did the crowd realize that Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks had reached the horizon and collided with each other. Gusts of strong wind swept across the sky, causing everyone's robes to flutter noisily. However, at this moment, the group of young geniuses present did not care about their own sorry state. Instead, they looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. Oh my God! Duan Lingtian sent Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks out? If he wants to send their attacks out, unless he has merged the transportation profundity of the law of space with the other two profundities of the law of space. I'm also an expert in the law of space. If I'm not mistaken, the law of space that Duan Lingtian used is the fusion of the transportation profundity, the teleportation profundity, and the distortion profundity. It's a new combination of three profundities. The fusion of three profundities of the law of space? Heavens! With such strength, even if he's not a 10 directions celestial emperor, he's at least a top 7-star god of war, right? That's right. With such comprehension of the law, coupled with his mastery of the sword Tao and the control Tao, once he becomes a 10 directions celestial emperor, he'll be as strong as an 8-star god of war. He's definitely going to win the battle of geniuses this time. His goal must be the exploding element celestial fruit. As long as he has the exploding element celestial fruit, he'll be able to become a 10 directions celestial emperor in a short time. The tidal temple has produced an 8-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. While the crowd was in an uproar over Duan Lingtian's new technique, Duan Lingtian made his move again. He used the space shackles to bind Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun respectively. Although Duan Lingtian did not make a move, he was still able to toy with the two profundities of the law of space. No matter how hard the two profundities tried, they could not break the space shackles at all. Upon seeing this, the onlookers were speechless. They're not on the same level at all. This is bullying. That's right. It's like an adult beating up a 3-year-old child. It's too much. They're not on the same level at all. Is there a need to continue this duel? Both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao felt powerless. In the end, they decided not to make a move. Ling Jueyun's cold expression darkened slightly. It was not because Duan Lingtian had defeated him, but because of himself. He was a lineal disciple of the Ling clan in a realm of gods, and yet, he was left in the dust by a mere transcender. In the past, his strength was on par with Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, after a few hundred years, Duan Lingtian had already left him in the dust, and it was impossible for him to catch up. It would be a lie if he said this did not affect him. I thought my improvement over the past few hundred years was already good enough. I didn't expect him to improve so much. Ling Jueyun looked at the purple figure who was the center of attention, and sighed inwardly. He knew that after today, almost everyone in the Devata realms would know about Duan Lingtian. When the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms was opened, there would definitely be forces from the realms of gods trying to recruit Duan Lingtian. For someone like Duan Lingtian to achieve so much in the Devata realms, it meant he had great potential. Even the major forces in the realms of gods would want to recruit him. Nobody could say for sure if such a person would become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Although the realms of gods were created by supreme powerhouses, and most of the gods were the descendants of the supreme powerhouses who created the realms of gods, the competition in the realms of gods was fierce. Every powerful force in the realms of gods hoped to have a new supreme powerhouse in their sect or clan. At that time, they would be able to obtain more benefits and privileges. They would also be able to obtain more resources in the realms of gods that were coveted by others. Duan Lingtian, you're a freak! At this moment, Tang Sanpao was no longer as aloof as he was when he fought with Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had returned to his original self. He let out a long sigh before he said, "Initially, I wanted to defeat you and show off to the old man. I didn't expect I would be defeated by you just like how the old man was defeated by your master. Now, I don't have the chance to show off anymore." Tang Sanpao sighed. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao intently. He did not suspect that Tang Sanpao was the Tidal Temple's trump card. As it turned out, the Tidal Temple's trump card that he had been looking forward to was right next to him. Vice Temple Master Su. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Feng Qingyang flew into the air again. He looked at Su Konghai and said with a faint smile on his face, "Now, my disciple should be ranked first in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, right?" Su Konghai nodded. Naturally, he could not lie to Duan Lingtian at this moment. Otherwise, not only would it affect his reputation, but it would also affect the reputation of the Tidal Temple. "If I'm not mistaken, the exploding element celestial fruit is with you, right?" Feng Qingyang asked again. "Can you give it to my disciple now?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Su Konghai hesitated for a moment before he took the exploding element celestial fruit out of his spatial ring. As soon as the red celestial fruit appeared, it emitted a refreshing fragrance. Immediately, the gazes of the group of young geniuses became incomparably fiery. Chapter 35-26. The explosive element celestial fruit was one of the most precious rewards in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. It could allow a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor to become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor in a short time. It should be known that the difficulty of breaking through the last cultivation realm of an immortal, even if it was only a small realm, was not inferior to breaking through a large realm. It was even more difficult to break through multiple small realms added together. Some people took longer to break through from a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor to a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor than he did when he was a 1 Basic Celestial Emperor. Those who were more talented usually took longer than him to break through to the 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor from the 3 Talents Celestial Emperor and the 4 Stars Celestial Emperor. Even the most talented Celestial Emperors would take longer to become a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor than he did when he was a 6 Combination Celestial Emperor or 7 Stars Celestial Emperor. An exploding element immortal fruit could save a lot of cultivation time for a 9 Palaces Immortal Emperor. Consuming an exploding element immortal fruit would give one a huge advantage over ordinary people on the path of cultivation. For this reason, everyone was shocked when the Tidal Temple gave out the exploding element celestial fruit as a reward for the winner of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. In their opinion, shouldn't such things be digested internally? So this is the exploding element immortal fruit. This is the first time I've seen it. Just by smelling its fragrance, I feel like I'm bathing in the spring breeze. What a miraculous spiritual fruit! Many people exclaimed as they stared at the exploding element immortal fruit in Su Konghai's hand. Before Tang Sanpao's identity was exposed during the Battle of the Geniuses, I was wondering why the Tidal Temple would be so generous as to reward him with the explosive element celestial fruit. However, when Tang Sanpao revealed his strength as a 6-star god of war, I finally realized the Tidal Temple was confident in young Master Tang Sanpao. They were confident that Tang Sanpao would be able to obtain the explosive element celestial fruit. At the same time, someone else said, "Unfortunately, in the end, it still ended up being a wedding dress for someone else." It was clear the Tidal Temple's plan had failed. The exploding element celestial fruit no longer belonged to the Tidal Temple. Instead, it belonged to Duan Lingtian. In other words, it belonged to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm sure the Tidal Temple didn't expect peerless geniuses like Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses. Ling Jueyun is still fine. After all, he only tied with Tang Sanpao. Didn't you hear what Tang Sanpao said? If Ling Jueyun is still the champion, will the exploding Yuan immortal fruit be decided by drawing lots? In that case, Tang Sanpao would have a 50% chance of obtaining the exploding element immortal fruit. Now you don't even have the slightest chance. That's right. Duan Lingtian's strength is too terrifying. He's not even a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, but his strength is already comparable to a top 7-star god of war. If he becomes a 10-direction celestial emperor, his strength will be comparable to a top 8-star god of war. Many young geniuses and heavenly emperors from various Devata realms discussed among themselves. They felt the tidal temple had gone for wool and come home shorn. It seemed like they had shot themselves in the foot and gone overboard with their plan. Duan Ling Tian, this is one of the rewards for winning first place in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. As for the reward for entering the secret room in the tidal temple, you'll have to come to the tidal temple yourself. Su Konghai looked at Duan Ling Tian and handed the exploding element immortal fruit to him. Although he was reluctant to give the exploding element immortal fruit away, he knew he had no choice but to do so. If he did not give it to Duan Ling Tian, the tidal temple would become a laughingstock and lose its credibility. Perhaps not many geniuses would participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. After all, the exploding element immortal fruit was nothing compared to the glory of the tidal temple. Thank you, Vice Hall Master Su. Duan Ling Tian thanked Su Konghai as he took the exploding element immortal fruit. You don't have to thank me. You earned it with your own strength. Su Konghai smiled and nodded at Duan Ling Tian. His smile was as gentle as a spring breeze. He did not seem reluctant to give away the exploding element immortal fruit at all. However, Duan Ling Tian became even more wary when he saw Su Konghai acting like this. Most of the time, people who appeared kind on the surface but were vicious on the inside were the most terrifying. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to dodge a stab in the dark. Apart from that, if you want to enter the Tidal Temple's secret chamber, you can go to the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven and look for Hall Master Yi. He'll bring you to the main hall of the Tidal Temple to cultivate there. Su Konghai looked at a small floating island in the distance as he spoke. On the small floating island, a figure appeared in the air. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He wore a black robe and had a gloomy expression on his face, making him appear somewhat sinister. Duan Ling Tian, I'm Yi Ye, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. When the middle-aged man introduced himself, he forced a smile on his face. However, his smile was uglier than crying. Whenever you want to go to the Tidal Temple's main hall, you can look for me in the Tidal Temple's solitary destructive heaven sub-hall. The middle-aged man said coldly. All you have to do is report your name when you arrive at the branch. Yi said. All right. Duan Ling Tian replied. I'll have to trouble Hall Master Yi in the future. It's no trouble at all. Yi shook his head and flew back to the branch. Let's go. A rare smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw his disciple, Duan Ling Tian, had obtained the exploding element celestial fruit. Then, he beckoned to Duan Ling Tian before he left with Duan Ling Tian. The two of them floated away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared behind the clouds in the sky and disappeared before everyone's eyes. However, even after both of them had left, the scene of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses fell silent. After a few moments, the atmosphere finally became lively again. Most of the people were discussing the earlier battle. Duan Ling Tian is too strong. He didn't even make a move from the beginning until the end. All he did was attack from afar, and he was able to toy with Ling Jiuyun and Tang Sanpao. They're not on the same level at all. Whether it was Ling Jiuyun or Tang Sanpao, there was no lack of similar discussions when they returned to their seats. Ling Jiuyun was indifferent to the discussions. Tang Sanpao, on the other hand, felt awkward and helpless. In the end, he could not take it any more and returned to Su Li, Ling Jiuyun, and the others. He sat on the other side of Ling Jiuyun. At this moment, the seat between Su Li and Ling Jiuyun, which was previously occupied by Duan Ling Tian, was now empty. Tang Sanpao was tactful enough to not sit there. Ling Jiuyun, how long have you known Duan Ling Tian? Has he always been so freakish? Tang Sanpao could not help but ask. He knew almost nothing about Duan Ling Tian's past. The only thing he knew was that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the inheritance from Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, when he was still in the mundane realm. He had officially become Feng Qingyang's only true disciple 100 years ago. A few hundred years ago, our strength was on par with each other. Ling Jiuyun's tone was indifferent and emotionless. However, if one listened carefully, one would be able to hear a hint of disappointment in his voice. A few hundred years ago, your strength was on par with each other? A few hundred years later, you've been left in the dust? Tang Sanpao was stunned. You're a disciple of a powerful clan in a realm of gods. How could you be surpassed by a celestial from a Devata realm? To be more precise, you've been surpassed by an ascender from the mundane realm. Likewise. Ling Jiuyun turned to look at Tang Sanpao and said indifferently. Tang Sanpao was so angry that his face turned red. He did not say anything else. All right. Although the top 3 of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses have been decided, all of you still have a chance to be ranked later. Su Konghai's voice rang in the air again, pulling everyone back from their thoughts. Now I announce that the battle of geniuses will continue. When Duan Lingtian left with Feng Qingyang, both of them left together. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, did not follow them. Master, where's the Azura Hell? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He discovered his master did not bring him to the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. After leaving the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, his master led him in a certain direction. It's in an independent realm. Feng Qingyang replied. An independent realm? How do we get there? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. All Devata realms have to head east. When you reach the realm barrier, a transporting formation will appear and send you to the Azura Hell. Feng Qingyang said. If you want to return, you'll have to use the transportation point in the independent realm of the Azura Hell to return to the eastern realm of the Devata realm. However, it's not certain which Devata realm you'll end up in. For this reason, most people don't go to the same Devata realm after returning from the Azura Hell. It's very unlikely that all 81 Devata realms will be the same. Duan Lingtian was enlightened by Feng Qingyang's words. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Master, if that's the case, you could have returned to the Devata realm from the independent realm where the Azura Hell is located. Even if that person was chasing you, it's impossible for him to appear in the same Devata realm as you, right? Duan Lingtian asked. That's right. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then, he shook his head and sighed. However, he was too fast at that time. After I arrived at the independent realm where the Azura Hell is located, I didn't have a chance to return. I could only enter the Azura Hell without looking back. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that he was in such a hurry. Otherwise, I would have missed out on a great opportunity. Feng Qingyang chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. It could be said that he had profited from a disaster. Chapter 35-27. The Azura Hell was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Due to Feng Qingyang's narrow escape in the Azura Hell, Duan Lingtian had heard about the Azura Hell before he ascended to the Devata realms. Master, the Azura Hell is one of the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It's said that it's difficult for those below the level of gods to escape from there. Apart from the deadliest place in the Devata realms, the other deadliest place should be similar to the Azura Hell, right? Duan Lingtian asked as they traveled. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. One of the other 2 deadliest places is similar to the Azura Hell, but the other one is even stranger than the Azura Hell. Many gods have been trapped there before. For this reason, it's called the Graveyard of the Gods. Feng Qingyang replied. The Graveyard of the Gods was the strongest of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian had heard about this before. He knew many gods had died there before, and that was how it got its name. Master, you must have narrowly escaped death in the Azura Hell, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Indeed, narrowly escaped death. Feng Qingyang nodded. A hint of fear that Duan Lingtian did not notice could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he said, Speaking of which, I'm only alive because I was lucky enough to enter that place. In the chaos, there are tens of thousands of doors of life and death, but there are only a few doors of life. It's already a great fortune for me to be able to enter a door of life. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Feng Qingyang's encounter in the Azura Hell. However, he knew he would find out soon enough. Master, you said earlier that your true body is trapped inside? Can you come out now? Duan Lingtian asked again. He had heard from Hualao that his master Feng Qingyang's true body was trapped in the Azure Hell. That was why he asked this question. I was able to come out after I went in with Meng Luo, Feng Qingyang said. However, after my true body was freed, I asked my true body to stay there for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to explore the place. Second, I wanted my true body to break through and become a God King. God King. Duan Lingtian had learned about the cultivation bases of gods in the realms of gods from Huang'er, the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang'er. Even if Huang'er did not tell him, the 5 divine spirits would have told him about it. In the realms of gods, gods were divided into 5 major realms. God, God King, God, Emperor, God, and Divine of Gods. Of the 3 stages of the God. Lesser deities, intermediate deities, and higher deities. Among them, lesser deities were the weakest. They would be at this cultivation level upon becoming a deity, while higher deities were the most powerful among the deities. After the higher deities were the lesser deities, followed by the intermediate deities and then the higher deities. It was the same for the rest of the realms. This time, my original body made another discovery. However, even though I discovered the secret chamber, I'm not sure if you'll be able to stay there, Feng Qingyang said. Previously, when I brought Meng Luo in, he was suppressed by the formation left behind in the secret chamber. I had no choice but to send him out. It's as though one needs to be acknowledged by the secret chamber to be able to stay there. Feng Qingyang explained everything in one breath. Acknowledged? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. I suspect that the secret chamber I discovered was left behind by someone. I was able to enter because I mastered the destruction technique and was acknowledged by the secret chamber. To be more precise, it was the acknowledgement of the person who left the secret chamber. I'm certain that the person who left the secret chamber is no ordinary person. Even if he or she isn't a supreme expert, he or she must be someone who stands at the peak of the gods. I've gained a lot from entering the secret chamber. Back then, I relied on the destruction sword Dao to gain the secret chamber's acknowledgement, and was guided into the gate of life. Now I can bring you into the gate of life. However, it's not up to me to decide if you'll gain the secret chamber's acknowledgement. However, it shouldn't be a problem since you've already mastered the space sword Dao and control Dao. When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gratified expression. I hope I can gain its acknowledgement. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Soon after, Feng Qingyang did not let Duan Lingtian travel on his own. Instead, he brought Duan Lingtian with him at the speed of a godly spirit. It did not take long before they arrived at the eastern edge of the primeval heaven. This place was close to the easternmost part of the Devata realms in the primeval heaven. In this place, the teleportation point to enter the Azura Hell isn't fixed. However, it's easy to find. As long as you extend your divine sense, you'll be able to find the teleportation point. You can try, Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at the vast desert beneath his feet. There were no signs of life in the desert. Occasionally, he could see sandstorms and tornadoes raging in the desert. Upon hearing his master Feng Qingyang's words, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately extended his divine consciousness and swept it across the area. Swoosh! Swoosh! After Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness, he quickly learned about his surroundings. At the same time, he discovered a moving transportation formation in a sandstorm. It was moving with the sandstorm. Did you discover it? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile on his face. When Feng Qingyang asked this question, he scanned the area with his divine consciousness and discovered 2 more portable teleportation formations. One of them was still inside the sandstorm, and the other was inside the sandstorm. As for the other one, it was within a tornado. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Feng Qingyang did not say anything else. He brought Duan Lingtian to the nearest transportation formation in the sandstorm. The transportation formation in the sandstorm was the closest to them. How did you set up this transportation formation? Why does it feel like it appeared out of thin air? Before stepping into the transportation formation, Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. It did not appear out of thin air. There is a huge formation in this area. The various moving transportation formations here are only a small part of the huge formation. Feng Qingyang said as he led Duan Lingtian into the transportation formation. The moment Duan Lingtian stepped into the transportation formation, he felt his vision darken. What appeared in front of him was a blood-red world. There were also some demonic beasts fighting in the surroundings. Roar! Roar! The demonic beasts roared and screamed in a loud and sharp voice. Bang! 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 With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell these demonic beasts were as strong as celestial emperors. However, they did not seem intelligent. Moreover, their eyes were blood-red. These demonic beasts are born from the Azura Hell's blood. The quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell is similar to the realms of gods, but it's not as pure as the realms of gods. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell is filled with blood and violence. We humans have to refine the heaven and earth spirit energy before we can absorb it. If it weren't for this, my true body would have become a celestial king a long time ago. Feng Qingyang said as he led Duan Lingtian into the Azura Hell. Roar! Along the way, a gigantic creature that did not have eyes charged over. It looked like a tiger, but it had a pair of wings on its back and a mouth full of fangs. Its target was Duan Lingtian. It was as though between Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian was the easiest to bully. Swoosh! Feng Qingyang ignored the demonic beasts that pounced toward them. He knew his disciple would be able to deal with them. When Duan Lingtian made his move, he killed the demonic beasts with just a strike of his sword. The Azura Hell is just up ahead. Soon after, under Feng Qingyang's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance of the Azura Hell. It was shrouded in a bloody mist. Black lightning could be seen flashing in the mist. The outer regions of the Azura Hell aren't too bad. Powerful titled celestial emperors such as quasi-gods can survive there. As long as they don't stay there for too long, they'll be able to leave safely. However, once they enter the Azura Hell, they'll be in a life-or-death situation. Even an ordinary god would be in a sorry state in that battle of life and death. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, with me around, we can enter the place where my true body is without any harm. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's grim expression, Feng Qingyang comforted him. Let's go. With Feng Qingyang leading the way, Duan Lingtian passed through the bloody mist and entered the Azura Hell. After entering the Azura Hell, Duan Lingtian felt the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings had changed. Indeed, the quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell was much better than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. In fact, Duan Lingtian was certain the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell was different. It seemed like the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods came from the same source. However, just as his master, Feng Qingyang, had said, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell was not pure heaven and earth spirit energy. It was filled with a bloodthirsty and ruthless aura. Moreover, every time his master brought him to a place, he could feel the killing intent in the surroundings. It felt as though every blade of grass, tree, bird, and beast could easily kill him. This feeling was suffocating. However, when his master, Feng Qingyang, led him past the flowers, trees, insects, fishes, birds, and beasts, he seemed to have the help of a deity as he dodged every single one of the traps. It was as though he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. Don't release your divine consciousness anymore. Feng Qingyang's voice rang in the air. His tone was solemn. At this moment, his figure had already come to a halt as he brought Duan Lingtian to a deep ravine. Within the canyon was a boundless blood mist. Furthermore, the blood mist here was like blood that constantly flowed in the air above the canyon, emitting an even more terrifying killing intent. It was extremely strange. Chapter 35-28. Hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian's nerves instantly tensed up. At the same time, he completely retracted his consciousness. In the next moment, he relaxed and allowed his master, Feng Qingyang, to take him and jump into the blood water of the summer valley. The moment he entered the blood water, Duan Lingtian only felt that he was about to suffocate. All sorts of terrifying murderous intents surged in from all directions until they were just inches away from him. Only then did they detour and leave. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at his master, Feng Qingyang, only to see that his master had a grave expression on his face. Beads of sweat even seeped out of his forehead. Ever since he had met his master, this was the first time he had seen his master in such a sorry state. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he was led by his master into a cave on the side of the canyon's mountain wall. When he neared the cave, he could feel countless auras of death emanating from the surroundings. There were only a few weak auras of life circulating. One of the weak auras of life came from the cave he was currently in. "Come, let's go in." After entering the cave, Feng Qingyang gave Duan Lingtian his freedom. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also began to size up the surrounding cave walls. At first, the cave walls were a mess, but as they went deeper and deeper, they could see some traces of carvings. When they went deeper, they could see some complicated and ancient patterns and lines, giving off an incomparably vicissitude feeling. "You can use your consciousness here." Feng Qingyang spoke at the right time. Duan Lingtian, who had not dared to use his consciousness recklessly for a long time, extended his consciousness and touched the complicated and ancient patterns and lines on the cave walls. A vicissitude and ancient aura made him feel as if he was in ancient times. There was a roar in his mind, accompanied by waves of heart-wrenching screams that shook his heart. "What is this place?" Amidst his shock, Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine sense. This was because he discovered that this place was too strange. Just a few diagrams and lines on the cavern wall made contact with his divine sense, and it was as if his mind was completely lost. "Master, did you survive after entering this place?" Duan Lingtian asked Feng Qingyang. "Yes." Feng Qingyang nodded. "But the path leading to this canyon is filled with killing intent. I'm afraid no one below the level of God can successfully pass through." "How did you pass through?" Duan Lingtian asked. In his opinion, even if his master, Feng Qingyang, had only managed to escape from the canyon because of the destruction sword way, the path to the canyon was filled with killing intent. Back then, Feng Qingyang would definitely not be able to stroll leisurely like he was now. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Feng Qingyang was silent for a moment. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "It's Kuang Ling, my previous divine weapon, the sword soul of the solitary extinguishing flaming heavenly sword, Kuang Ling, temporarily resided in my body after its main body was destroyed. After entering the Azura Hell, I should have died outside the canyon, but it was Kuang Ling who, at the cost of burning itself, showed me the way out. It died, and I followed the path of life all the way to the outside of the canyon." Feng Qingyang's expression did not look too good. "Master, I don't know. I'm sorry." Duan Lingtian felt a little embarrassed. Only now did he realize that he had mentioned something unbearable for his master. Kuang Ling was the sword soul of Feng Qingyang's divine artifact. He had never seen Kuang Ling before, but he had heard about it from Huolao. He also knew that it was Kuang Ling who had taken Huolao away. Although he had never seen Kuang Ling before, he had learned from Huolao that Kuang Ling was loyal to his master. Of course, as someone who also possessed a divine artifact's soul, he naturally knew how loyal a divine artifact's soul was to its master. If Huang ended up like Kuang Ling because of him, he would not be able to accept it. Putting himself in his master's shoes, he understood his master's current mood. "It's okay. It's all in the past." Feng Qingyang sighed and shook his head. He did not continue to linger on this topic and change the topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "Back then, when I extended my divine sense into this canyon, I suffered a backlash from the murderous aura in the canyon. At that time, I used the destruction sword principle to counterattack. In the end, I sensed the summons of this place. When you came in just now, you should have sensed countless auras of death and a few auras of life, right? At this point, Feng Qingyang asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. I sensed it. One of the auras of life came from here. However, although I sensed the other auras of life, I didn't know where they came from. If they didn't lead you there, you would never know where they are. Feng Qingyang said. Back then, I was able to avoid the dangers that even deities would have a slim chance of surviving because I sensed the guidance of this place. That's why I was able to enter this place unhindered. I'll take you in to have a look. Under Feng Qingyang's lead, Duan Lingtian passed through the cave passageway and soon entered a spacious cave abode. This cave abode was very spacious but also very simple. The walls were cut neatly and looked very bright. There were some tables, chairs, and a bed in the cave abode. It looked very simple. There were several other passageways around the cave abode. Those passageways lead to places that I didn't know before. Back then, I focused on cultivating in this cave abode for a period of time. It was only after I had completely recovered to my peak that I ventured into those passageways. Before that, the injured me was excluded from those passageways. Later on, I passed through one of those passageways and found a secret cultivation chamber. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth there was not as noisy as outside. Although there were still some impurities, they were very easy to remove. It was there that I successfully stepped into the level of a god and became a lesser god. After I became a lesser god, I created 2 clones of the law of earth and the law of destruction. Usually, the law of destruction clone would be with my main body. After I became a lesser god, I returned here to explore the remaining passageways. As Feng Qingyang spoke, he told Duan Lingtian about the passageway he had entered the secret cultivation chamber to cultivate and become a god. At the same time, he pointed at another passageway. Although I managed to enter this passageway after I became a god, I was trapped inside. Moreover, I was trapped for many years. Fortunately, I was able to cultivate quickly in there. My main body cultivated all the way until I became a higher god before I was able to break free and escape. Of course, before that my Law of Earth clone left this place and the Azura Hell and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to reclaim the position of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I only returned here when I learned that my main body needed the help of my Law of Earth clone to escape. It was also the last time I brought Meng Luo here. Previously, my main body could have left together with Meng Luo. However, I was curious about where the other 2 passageways led to. Therefore, my main body stayed behind to figure out how to enter the other 2 passageways and pass through them to reach the other end. The first 2 passages gave me great benefits. Although I was trapped after that, it was also a way for me to temper myself. Had it not been for the tempering there, I wouldn't have been able to become a higher deity in such a short period of time. It was not until some time ago that my main body finally entered the 3rd passageway and discovered the secret cultivation chamber that contained the law of time. I've already told you about this. Feng Qingyang finished speaking in one breath. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why his master's main body had not left this place for so long. As it turned out, there were still secrets worth exploring in this place. Master, do you plan to let your main body stay here until you crack the last passageway? The last passageway is not that simple. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, I'm thinking of trying to crack the last passageway after my main body becomes a god king. However, I have a feeling that even if my main body becomes a god king, I won't be able to crack the last passageway. That passageway is too sturdy. Even if my main body, Law of Destruction clone, and Law of Time clone all attacked together, they still couldn't shake it. They couldn't shake it at all. When my main body becomes a god king, I'll leave. In the future, when I become a god emperor, I'll come back and try to crack the last passageway. Feng Qingyang's words naturally frightened Duan Lingtian. Which passageway is it? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the other 2 passageways. The one on the left. Feng Qingyang gave Duan Lingtian timely guidance. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew past. Duan Lingtian saw a flash in front of his eyes, and then a person appeared out of thin air in front of him as though he had teleported. However, Duan Lingtian knew this was not teleportation. The other person's speed was so fast that it was difficult for him to catch sight of him with the naked eye. The person who had appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was another Feng Qingyang. They looked exactly the same, but their temperament was even colder. Master, is this your main body? Duan Lingtian had barely spoken when he saw Feng Qingyang's Law of Earth clone merge with the other Feng Qingyang. That's right. Now, all three of my law avatars are in my true body. Now I'll bring you into the secret chamber to comprehend the law of time inside. Of course, you can try to share it with your friends and family. If they can't take it, you can put them back into your little world. Back then, Meng Luo didn't enter the secret chamber with the law of time. He went to the secret chamber with the first passageway I entered. However, even there, he was rejected. I'm not sure if the secret chamber with the law of time will reject your friends and family, or even you. Chapter 35-29. After entering the secret chamber, Duan Lingtian entered Feng Qingyang's little world and was brought in by Feng Qingyang. However, during this process, Duan Lingtian witnessed the terrifying murderous intent in the passage leading to the secret chamber. Even his master, Feng Qingyang, had to overcome it with great difficulty. If it were me, I would have died if I rashly barged into this passage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Master. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled something. After becoming a god, only the main body will have a little world, right? A law clone shouldn't have a little world, right? His master, Feng Qingyang's little world was not as colorful as his little world. This was because his little world had the divine tree of life and the endless heaven and earth spirit energy that was transferred into it from the ruins of a realm of gods. However, his master, Feng Qingyang's little world was much larger than his. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Moreover, when his master, Feng Qingyang, made a move, there would be a resonance in the air above his little world. The terrifying energy was like a dark cloud that covered the sky above his little world. Of course, when his master, Feng Qingyang, stopped making a move, the strange energy would subside and disappear. Of course not, Feng Qingyang replied. Only the main body is the real body. As for a law clone, no matter what, it's still an avatar formed by the laws. It's just an existence that relies on divine energy. That is a kind of resonance between divine power and the laws. The avatar created cannot be compared to the original body. In fact, a law clone doesn't have a will of its own. It's the main body that's always controlling it. Take me for example. Although I've always had a law of Earth clone, it's always my main body that's controlling it. Whether it's traveling, attacking, or comprehending the law of Earth, it's always my main body that's controlling it. Feng Qingyang's words also gave Duan Lingtian a further understanding of the nomological clones that could be condensed after becoming a god. As long as you became a god and comprehended all the profundities of a certain law, you would be able to use all the profundities of that law to form a law clone without having to fuse the profundities. For example, this time, Feng Qingyang had passed through the passage and entered the secret room behind it. He had successfully comprehended all the profundities of the law of time and condensed the time law avatar. He had not fused any of the profundities of the law of time. Moreover, the law chamber could only help people comprehend the profundities of laws. It did not have the ability to help people fuse the profundities of laws. This was because everyone fused the profundities of laws differently. Everyone had to have their own comprehension. Of course, for many people, the existence of the law secret chamber could still give them some inspiration and allow them to fuse their own nomological profundities. We're here. After a while, the end of the passage appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that after passing through the passage, he had actually stepped onto a transportation formation and was transported to a small world. This is a small independent realm, Feng Qingyang said. The transportation formation to leave is right below our feet. I'll be waiting for you here for a period of time. If you're rejected, contact me immediately. I'll let you hide in my small world for a while. The same goes for your family and friends. If they're rejected, let them return to your small world immediately. Feng Qingyang reminded him again. Yes, master, Duan Lingtian responded. At the same time, under Feng Qingyang's guidance, he walked toward the Law Secret Chamber in front of them. The Law Secret Chamber was a small palace. It looked dazzling from the outside, and there were multicolored energies everywhere. They were the energies of the 5 elements. For example, at the top of the palace, there was a sharp horn. There was a golden energy flowing on it at lightning speed, like little golden snakes slithering about. Also, at one side of the palace, there was a green energy moving slowly. There was also an earthen yellow energy that was constantly sliding on the ground. The green energy contained the law of wind and should have been the fastest. However, when it moved around the palace, it was pathetically slow. It could be said that it was even slower than a snail. If not for looking carefully, Duan Lingtian would have thought that it was not moving at all. It must be the law of time affecting it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian walked into the palace. The interior of the palace was dazzling, and the furnishings inside made Duan Lingtian sluggish. The furnishings in this palace were all kinds of timekeeping tools. There were funnels, clocks, and tools that used water to measure time. Any tool that could be thought of that could be used to record time was present here. There was not a single duplicate. There were also many types of clocks. There were modern clocks from Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth, classical clocks from the West, and all kinds of watches floating in the air. It made Duan Lingtian feel as if he was in a clock collection museum on Earth. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could find that in this palace, whenever he extended his divine sense, he could come into contact with some wonderful energies. Some of these energies were fast, some were slow, and they all seemed to be fleeing. With a thought, he could capture them with his divine sense, and then take them into his body and directly into his soul. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered that he had come into contact with the law of time in the past but was unable to comprehend it. It was as though he had been enlightened. This is the elemental time. With a thought, Duan Lingtian extended his celestial origin energy that merged with the elemental time. It flowed around his body, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Following that, Duan Lingtian continued to extend his divine sense to capture the law of time that filled the palace. The secret chamber is so magical. It can directly capture the law of time and make it a part of my soul so that I can comprehend it. Duan Lingtian was shocked. At this moment, he began to pray in his heart that he would not be expelled like Meng Luo. However, before Duan Lingtian could comprehend the second profundity of the law of time, the elemental time, apart from the fundamental profundity, he felt a powerful repulsive force pushing him out. It's suppressing me. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes abruptly. His expression turned solemn when he recalled his master, Feng Qingyang's, reminder. He quickly displayed the space sword Dao and the space-controlled Dao that he had just mastered. Master said that he was able to obtain the acknowledgement of this place because he used the destruction sword Dao. Perhaps, this place recognizes the heaven and earth Dao. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian cast 2 of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. In the beginning, he was still a little nervous. However, after a while, he discovered the repulsive force that was suppressing him had retreated. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It's really useful. Even his master, Feng Qingyang, was not certain that this method would work. He had only reminded him to give it a try. However, after giving it a try, it seemed to work. Let father, mother, and little Fei try it as well. After confirming that he would not be repelled, Duan Lingtian opened his little world and contacted his father, mother, wife, and son. He asked them to come out and tried to capture the law of time. However, in the end, apart from his daughter, Duan Lingtian, the others were repelled. Moreover, the space sword Dao and the space control Dao that Duan Lingtian had mastered could not help them. In the end, he could only ask them to return to his little world. What a pity! It's such a good place, but we can't cultivate in it. Little Gold, who was in Duan Lingtian's little world, said with a bitter expression on her face. Rather than saying that it's cultivating, it's more like it's giving us the law of time. I didn't expect apart from Brother Ling Tian, Si Ling wouldn't be repelled as well. What's going on? Little White asked in surprise. Could it be because Si Ling has comprehended the law of time? Apart from that, she hasn't come into contact with any other laws. Feng Tianwu speculated. Feng Tianwu's words were the best answer for Duan Lingtian and the others. Little Tian. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, asked Duan Lingtian in shock. How did you find this place? Heavens! This isn't an ordinary secret chamber that contains the law of time. This is a secret chamber left behind by a supreme powerhouse. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by the world-cleansing divine water's words. A secret chamber left behind by a supreme powerhouse? Then, he told the world-cleansing divine water about how he had entered the secret chamber. That master of yours is truly blessed with good fortune. The world-cleansing divine water sighed emotionally. It's obvious this place is a paradise left behind by a supreme powerhouse. If I'm not mistaken, the true inheritance of the supreme powerhouse lies behind the last passage. As for the first 3 passageways, they are all tests and tempering for the inheritors that the supreme expert has chosen. Your master has obtained the acknowledgement of a supreme expert, and has become his successor. Duan Lingtian believed the world-cleansing divine water's words. His eyes lit up immediately as he sent a message to his master to inform him of this matter. Congratulations, master. Duan Lingtian did not forget to congratulate his master, Feng Qingyang. The true inheritance of a supreme powerhouse? Feng Qingyang was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's message. Who told you that? One of the 5 divine elements in my body, the world-cleansing divine water. It used to accompany the divine tree of life in the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian continued to send a message to Duan Lingtian. I don't think it's false. Feng Qingyang calmed down when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Initially, he thought it was just a guess made by his disciple, Duan Lingtian. However, it turned out it was the 5 divine elements that accompanied the divine tree of life. I didn't expect this at all. Although Feng Qingyang was calm, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Chapter 35:30. Although Feng Qingyang had always felt that the place he was trapped in was not simple, he did not expect it to be left behind by an immortal expert. He originally thought he was bold enough to think that the place was left behind by a divine emperor or even an emperor god. As for the ultimate gods who were above the emperor god, the most powerful existence in this world, he did not dare to think about it. Now, he knew that the place was left behind by an immortal expert who was above the ultimate god level. How big was the gap between an immortal expert and an ultimate god? According to the rumors Feng Qingyang heard, the divine messengers around an immortal expert were all ultimate gods. Moreover, they were not ordinary ultimate gods. That was why he could not calm down for a long time after hearing the news brought by his disciple Duan Lingtian. There's an inheritance left behind by an immortal expert at the end of the last passage? Even though Feng Qingyang had walked for more than 10,000 years and experienced many hardships to get to where he was today, he could not help but feel excited when he learned that he was recognized by an immortal expert and had the opportunity to obtain the inheritance. It was only after a while that he calmed down. If it were someone else, even a godly king, celestial emperor, or ultimate god would have lost their composure because of Feng Qingyang. What did the inheritance of an immortal expert mean? An immortal expert possessed the most powerful strength in this world and had endless life. Even if he wanted to take in a disciple, it was something that could be done with just a word. There was no need to go through so much trouble. An immortal expert who left behind such an inheritance is usually an immortal expert who was about to die. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he learned this from the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water, are you sure? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. An immortal expert was extremely powerful. Even if his opponent was an immortal expert, and he could not defeat them, he should be able to escape. Why would such an existence leave behind such a place of inheritance before he died? That must be it, the world-cleansing divine water said matter-of-factly. If a Supreme Master wants to find an inheritor, all he needs to do is to say a word, and countless people will come to find him. No matter what the request is, as long as someone can fulfill it, that person will be found. You can't imagine how great the influence of an omnipotent is. That is an existence that stands at the highest point in this world. Every word and action of theirs can decide the life and death of millions of people. When a supreme expert leaves behind a land of inheritance, it usually happens when they reach the end of their lifespan. They realize that they have stood at the peak of the world all their lives, but they don't have a successor to inherit their legacy. Because of this, they feel regret. Therefore, before they die, they spend all their strength to leave behind a land of inheritance. The world-cleansing divine water's words enlightened Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was what they meant when they said that it was lonely at the top. Utmost powerful beings stood at the highest point of this world, overlooking the masses and looking down on the world. Perhaps they had never thought that they would one day reach the end of their lifespan. When they truly reached the end of their lifespan, it was already too late for them to regret not finding a successor in the past. At that time, those who felt that it didn't matter if they inherited their legacy or not would not spend so much effort to leave behind a land of inheritance. However, those who wanted to inherit their legacy would spend a lot of effort to leave behind a land of inheritance. However, when your master obtains the Supreme Expert's legacy, he'll be tainted by karma as well. If he becomes a Supreme Expert in the future, even if the Supreme Expert who left behind the legacy doesn't ask him to avenge him, the person who killed the Supreme Expert who left behind the legacy won't let your master off so easily. The world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, in the eyes of that supreme powerhouse, your master is his mortal enemy. He should have killed your master in the past. Now that the successor has appeared, it's equivalent to the rebirth of his mortal enemy. He won't allow such a threat to continue growing. There's a difference in strength between the strongest and the weakest. Furthermore, it's not as if the strongest who has lived longer will be stronger. Some of the strongest who rose up in the younger generation will be able to reach the peak of this world in a short period of time and become one of the strongest existences among the strongest. That ultimate powerhouse will be worried that your master will catch up to him after he becomes an ultimate powerhouse. At that time, if your master wants to kill him to avenge the ultimate powerhouse who left behind his legacy, won't he be in a passive position? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. It seemed like obtaining the Supreme Expert's legacy was not a good thing after all. The world-cleansing divine water continued. It's the same for the Supreme Expert's divinity in your possession. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, the godhead of a supreme powerhouse was left behind after the death of a supreme powerhouse. The person who killed him must have known his methods very well. In the future, if you become a supreme powerhouse by relying on the law of space, it's fine if you don't reveal your strength. However, if you reveal your strength, there will be traces of the supreme powerhouse who left behind the godhead. If the people who killed him back then found you and confirmed that you might be his successor, they would also make a move against you and kill you in the cradle. Duan Lingtian was initially worried about his master, Feng Qingyang. However, when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words, he was dumbfounded. As it turned out, he had already formed the karma of the Supreme Expert's legacy. However, when Duan Lingtian thought about the Supreme Expert's divinity in his possession and the help it had given him, his expression turned solemn as his eyes glinted. The Supreme Expert's divinity has helped me a lot. It's a huge credit to me that I'm who I am today. If I have the chance to become a Supreme Expert in the future, it'll be fine if the person who killed the owner of the Supreme Expert's divinity doesn't come looking for me. However, if he does, I'll avenge him and end this karma. Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Instead, he felt that it was an opportunity for him to avenge the owner of the Supreme Expert's divinity. He did not want to owe anyone a favor. Although the Supreme Expert's divinity was given to him by his good friend, Huang Jialong, he had formed the karma between him and the owner of the Supreme Expert's divinity. It would be fine if he did not have the chance to end this karma. However, if he had the chance, he would definitely end it. This was the principle of how he conducted himself. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian still transmitted the world-cleansing divine water's words to his master, Feng Qingyang. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Qingyang smiled indifferently. If I become a supreme expert, it's fine if that person doesn't come looking for me. However, if he dares to come looking for me, I'll know who the enemy of the supreme expert who left his legacy behind is. At that time, unless he's able to kill me, I'll definitely send him on his way if I don't die. Feng Qingyang's words were straightforward. There was no hint of fear in his voice. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It seemed like his master had the same thoughts as him. All right, you should focus on absorbing the profundities from the law of time. Once you've comprehended all the profundities from the law of time, you'll be able to come out. Feng Qingyang said with a sigh. Initially, I thought you'd be expelled. I didn't expect you to be able to master the four Tao of heaven and earth. You've won the approval of the secret room and didn't get expelled. Moreover, I didn't expect your family and friends to be able to absorb the profundities from the law of time. Your daughter's future is limitless. Feng Qingyang was not stingy with his words of praise for his grand disciple. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian was lucky enough not to be expelled from the secret room. Although he had told Duan Lingtian that his family and friends could absorb the profundities from the law of time in the secret room, he did not think Duan Lingtian's family and friends would be able to absorb the profundities from the law of time. He was even more shocked when he learned that Duan Lingtian's daughter, Duan Xiling, was not expelled from the secret room. Master, after leaving the Azura Hell, I'll ask my daughter and my family and friends to come out and meet you. Previously, they were cultivating so I didn't interrupt them. Now that I've interrupted them, it's time for me to greet them. Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. All right. Feng Qingyang replied. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian. Focus on absorbing the law of time. For a time, Duan Lingtian did not continue to communicate with Feng Qingyang. He immersed himself in the process of absorbing the law of time with his divine consciousness. He enjoyed the process more and more. The process of forcibly taking the law of time for himself was intoxicating. In the past, he had to comprehend the law of time on his own. Even if he had the supreme powerhouse divinity, he still had to comprehend the law of time on his own. Unlike now, when the law of time permeated the air, he could completely take it for himself, fuse it into his soul, and completely make it his comprehension of the laws. Time continued to pass by quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed, but he had completely mastered all the profundities from the law of time. The law of time also had 9 profundities. Naturally, the 9 profundities included the fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. There were a total of 8 profundities. Currently, Duan Lingtian had comprehended all 8 profundities to the mastery stage. However, there were no signs of them being fused together. At this time, he also discovered that he could no longer continue to capture nomological laws in this secret room of time law. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he saw his daughter, Duan Xiling, sitting cross-legged in front of him. She stared at him with her big, bright eyes. Father, you've also completely mastered all the profundities from the law of time? What? You've already mastered it? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. His daughter had mastered all the profundities from the law of time earlier than him? Hee. Duan Xiling giggled. Father, I've mastered the law of time for quite some time now. I used to comprehend the law of time, so I have a certain foundation. It's only natural that I've mastered it earlier than you. However, I didn't expect there to be such a magical place. In the past, the speed at which I comprehended the law of time was very slow. However, now that I've grasped all the profundities from the law of time, I've mastered all the profundities from the law of time to the mastery stage. Chapter 35-31. Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at his daughter. Unknowingly, his attention was completely focused on his daughter's face. Some familiar silhouettes also appeared in his mind at the right time. Kerr. He had been separated from Kerr for 600 years. When he was separated from Kerr, both he and Kerr were not even 100 years old. The time they had been apart was longer than the time they had known each other. Father, do you miss Mother? Although Feng Tianwu had treated Duan Xiling as her own daughter, Duan Xiling could not replace Kerr as her mother in Duan Xiling's heart ever since they left the divine offering land in the realms of gods and traveled in the mundane realms with Feng Tianwu. When Duan Xiling saw the change in her father's eyes, she could vaguely guess what her father was thinking. Yes. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and nodded as a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. I wonder how your mother is now. Father, don't worry. Mother will be fine. Mother will wait for us to reunite as a family, Duan Xiling said solemnly. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not want to reveal too many negative emotions in front of his daughter. At the same time, he could not help but worry. Was Kerr doing well in the world of divine remains? The realm battlefield was formed when the realms of gods collided once every 10,000 years. It would last for 1,000 years. During this period, anyone from the realms of gods could enter the realm battlefield and kill people from other realms of gods to obtain military merits and be rewarded by the supreme powerhouses. The realm battlefield was more like a playground for the supreme powerhouses. However, for those who entered the realm battlefield from the realms of gods, it was a place filled with killing. Those who did not come from the same realms of gods would kill each other as soon as they met. Moreover, if one revealed one's wealth, even those from the same realms of gods would attack one mercilessly. Reality was cruel. Swoosh! Swoosh! Whoosh! 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 Waves of ice-cold chilliness appeared on an ice field in the dimensional battlefield, accompanied by waves of clear sword whistles. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a vast area, causing the temperature of the ice field, which was already low, to drop even further. In the void, two beautiful figures stood there. The person standing behind him looked to be in her 20s. She wore a light yellow dress and had a pretty face. However, her eyes seemed to be constantly moving. At that very moment, her gaze fell upon the three figures in the distant sky. They were all frozen into ice sculptures. Their bodies were all riddled with holes, and those holes seemed to contain an extremely frightening ice-cold aura. In front of this woman stood a woman in snow-white robes. In front of this woman, although the woman behind her had a beautiful face, at first glance, she looked like a maid at most. The woman in white had a face that could topple cities. As she stood there, her cold temperament was like a blooming lotus, causing people to be mesmerized. At this moment, she was holding a sparkling and translucent sword in her hand. An extremely cold aura was being emitted from the sword. The ice and fire were being weakened and finally merged into the sword. If there were any knowledgeable people here, they would immediately recognize the ice and fire on the sword as the sword's soul. However, it was obvious that she had suffered heavy injuries. Pooh! Without any warning, the white-clad woman's delicate body trembled slightly. At the same time, she spat out a mouthful of blood. It shot out like a blood arrow and froze in the blink of an eye. Sister Kerr, you're injured? The woman behind her cried out in alarm. She walked forward and asked with concern. I'm fine. The white-clothed woman addressed as Big Sister Kerr replied indifferently. Unfortunately, the sword's soul in my divine sword was almost destroyed. If I want to recover it, I'm afraid it'll take at least a few decades. Although she said that she was fine, the more she spoke, the more dispirited her tone became. Sister Kerr, if there's no other way, why don't you leave the realm battlefield and return to the divine offering land? With your strength at such a young age, there must be a powerful force behind you, right? As the woman reached the end of her sentence, she asked in a seemingly unintentional manner. I won't leave the realm battlefield for the time being. The white-clad woman shook her head. If you want to leave, you can leave on your own. With your strength, it's best if you don't stay here and risk your life if it's not necessary. What about you, Sister Kerr? The woman asked. I have my reasons. The white-clad woman's eyes glinted as two figures appeared in her mind. One was a purple-clad young man and the other was a little girl. Brother Tian, Si Ling. Are both of you doing well? It's better for me to follow you, Sister Kerr. I'll leave after you've recovered. The woman shook her head. All right. The white-clad woman was none other than Kerr, who had entered the realm battlefield many years ago. More accurately, she was the daughter of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, Xia Ning Shui. After a few hundred years, she had already regained the cultivation base she had in her past life. However, she still felt that it was not enough. She needed to become stronger. The realm battlefield was the only way for her to become stronger in the shortest time possible. This was something that the clan behind her had spared no effort in nurturing her, but they could not give her. Sister Kerr, what's your surname? The woman in a light yellow dress asked again. Duan. Kerr replied indifferently. She was not familiar with this woman. She had only met her by chance and saved her life. After learning that the woman was also from the Divine Offering Land, she had been following her. With her character, she did not agree to let the woman follow her, but she did not reject her either. However, along the way, Kerr had been very cold to her. The woman did not seem to care about Kerr's coldness at all and insisted on following Kerr. Duan? Kerr Duan? The woman raised her eyebrows. Her eyes flickered again. Sister Kerr, I don't think I've heard of the Duan clan in our Divine Offering Land. Are you from some big clan? I don't belong to any clan or clan. I'm a rogue cultivator, Kerr said. A rogue cultivator? An imperceptible glint flashed across the woman's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. I need to find a place to recover. I won't be going out for the time being. You'd better leave this place and return to the Divine Offering Land, Kerr said to the woman. As she spoke, she flew above the ice field. Finally, she chose a glacier and opened up a cave at the foot of the glacier to cultivate and recover. Sister Kerr, I'll stand guard for you. You can leave after you've recovered. The woman did not leave. I, Tong Xiao Xiao, am a grateful person. You've saved my life before, so I won't abandon you at a time like this. Tong Xiao Xiao followed Kerr into the cave that Kerr had opened up. Since it took a lot of effort to open up the cave, Kerr's aura had become more and more weak. She no longer paid any attention to Tong Xiao Xiao. After entering the cave, she casually set up a formation in the surroundings before she began to meditate and recover. Tong Xiao Xiao watched as Kerr closed her eyes and began to cultivate to recover. After a while, Tong Xiao Xiao called out tentatively, Sister Kerr? However, Kerr did not respond to her. In the end, a hint of greed flashed across her eyes. She raised her hand, and a vast and unparalleled divine energy swept out. In an instant, the formation that Kerr had set up around her was shattered. An even more violent energy exploded and swept toward Kerr. At the same time, Tong Xiao Xiao's eyes burned with passion. As long as she killed this woman, she would be able to obtain all the treasures on her. Just as Tong Xiao Xiao was about to succeed and Kerr was about to die, Kerr suddenly opened her eyes. An extremely cold aura filled the air and an ice wall appeared in front of her. A basket was in front of her and Tong Xiao Xiao. Bang! There was a loud bang and clear cracks appeared on the ice wall. However, it had completely blocked Tong Xiao Xiao's attack. How can this be? Tong Xiao Xiao's expression changed greatly. She subconsciously cried out in disbelief. How can you still have such great power? Weren't you injured? You tricked me? So what if I tricked you? Kerr stood up. Her snow-white robes fluttered in the wind. Her autumn eyes were calm and cold. You've been unwilling to leave. You've always wanted to take risks with me. I found it strange. Although I've saved your life, I didn't expect you to repay me. However, I didn't expect you to be the one I least expected. Not only do you not know how to repay me, you're even biting the hand that feeds you. Kerr's tone was extremely cold. At the same time, the entire cave dwelling was enveloped by a layer of cold air. Boundless icy energy swept out and instantly formed a prison that sealed Tong Xiao Xiao within. Boom! Rumble! Tong Xiaoxiao was skilled in the law of lightning. Her violent energy wreaked havoc as she tried to break through the law of ice. However, it was futile. Although the difference in strength between her and Kerr's was not large, it was not small either. Big Sister Kerr, I was just joking. Tong Xiaoxiao realized that she could not forcefully break through the prison and squeezed out a bright smile. Big Sister Kerr, I'll leave now. I'll get away from you. I gave you a chance. Kerr ignored Tong Xiaoxiao's words and said indifferently. At the same time, the moment she finished speaking, the law of ice combined with divine power swept out and froze Tong Xiaoxiao into an ice sculpture. Then, with a gentle push of her palm, the ice sculpture turned into powder. I'm Kerr in this life and also Xia Ningxue in my previous life. If it was only the Kerr in this life, she might not be wary of you. However, as the daughter of the Xia family, I've seen a lot of deception and deception. How could I trust you so easily? Kerr looked indifferently at the ice shards that were scattered all over the ground. At the same time, she raised her head and looked outside the cave dwelling. Brother Tian, you have to take good care of yourself. Kerr's love for you has not changed. However, Kerr is no longer the same as before. Kerr will take good care of herself and protect herself. You can rest assured. Chapter 35-32. After comprehending all the profundities from the law of time, Duan Lingtian allowed his daughter, Duan Siling, to return to his little world. Before that, he told Duan Siling not to enter closed-door cultivation for the time being. He wanted to introduce her and his family to his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Master! Feng Qingyang led Duan Lingtian out of the secret room that contained the law of time. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian, Now go to the place where I stayed and cultivate. Consume the exploding element celestial fruit and try to become a 10 directions celestial emperor as soon as possible. The environment there is not bad. With the help of the exploding element celestial fruit, you'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. This was something he had planned for a long time. If the secret chamber that contained the law of time did not reject his disciple, that place would not reject him as well. Although Meng Luo did not cultivate for long in the secret chamber, he has made great progress. Master, I won't be going there. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Let's return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven first. After I introduce you to my family and friends, I'll cultivate in seclusion in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Upon seeing the slight frown on his master's face, Duan Lingtian knew his master did not want him to miss out on the opportunity to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was comparable to the cultivation environment in the realms of gods. Master, I have a way to enjoy the cultivation environment in the realms of gods. In the end, Duan Lingtian did not tell his master how he could enjoy the cultivation environment in the realms of gods so that Feng Qingyang would not overthink things. Although it was not that he did not trust his master Feng Qingyang, it was better for fewer people to know about some things. Naturally, if his master, Feng Qingyang, asked him about it, he would still tell him the answer. However, Duan Lingtian knew his master, Feng Qingyang, would not ask about it. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. A surprised expression appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, In that case, I'll bring you back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As the master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and your master, it's time for me to meet your family and friends. Feng Qingyang said. From the beginning to the end, Feng Qingyang did not ask how Duan Lingtian enjoyed the cultivation environment in the realms of gods. However, even though he did not ask, he did not continue to dwell on this issue. It was obvious that he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. This was also his trust in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian followed Feng Qingyang out of the Azura Hell and entered the transportation formation in the independent realm of the Azura Hell before they were transported to another Devata realm. It was neither the primeval heaven nor the solitary destructive heaven. After arriving in the Devata realm, the duo used the nearest transporting formation to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Soon after, they returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the main hall of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang stood at the head of the table, while Duan Lingtian stood below him. At the entrance of the main hall, Elder Hua, who was wearing a fiery red robe, stood there as the gatekeeper. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his little world, several figures appeared before him. They were Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng, mother, Li Ro, and wife, Li Fei. Master, this is my father, this is my father, this is... After Duan Rufeng and the others appeared, Duan Lingtian patiently introduced them to Feng Qingyang. A rare smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw Feng Qingyang's family and friends. He nodded at Duan Rufeng and the others in a friendly manner. As the saying went, "Love me, love my dog. Father, mother, little Fei er Si Ling, Nian Tian. This is my master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." Duan Lingtian did not forget to introduce Feng Qingyang to his family and friends. Although he had mentioned Feng Qingyang many times, this was the first time his family and friends were looking at Feng Qingyang in the eyes. Since Duan Rufeng and the others had spent some time in the Divine Offering Land, they did not feel awkward when they saw Feng Qingyang. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. I'm Duan Rufeng." Duan Rufeng took the initiative to greet Feng Qingyang. Before the others could say anything, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Rufeng and said, "Brother Duan, your son is my only true disciple. It's only appropriate for us to address each other as brothers." "It's inappropriate for us to address each other as brothers," Feng Qingyang said with a smile. "Yes, big brother Feng." Duan Rufeng was a quick-witted person. Since Feng Qingyang had spoken, he immediately changed the way he addressed Duan Rufeng. At this moment, Li Ro also greeted Feng Qingyang. "Greetings, big brother Feng. I'm Li Ro." "Greetings, master." Li Fei bowed respectfully at Feng Qingyang. She had long heard about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and knew he was an extraordinary person. He was even more extraordinary than her Grand Master, who was also a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. "Greetings, Grand Master." Duan Si Ling and Duan Yen Tian bowed at Feng Qingyang as well. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." Feng Wu Dao did not address Duan Rufeng as Duan Rufeng did. Although the matter between his daughter and Duan Lingtian was settled, they were not officially married yet. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided not to address Feng Qingyang as big brother Feng like Duan Rufeng. "Ha ha." Feng Qingyang laughed. Feng Qingyang laughed before he looked at Feng Wu Dao and said, "Brother Feng, just like brother Duan, you can address me as brother Feng. I'm also aware of the matter between your daughter, Tian Wu, and my disciple." "Tian Wu, is it?" Then, Feng Qingyang looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a smile, "You should address me as master like little Tian. Speaking of which, you're also a member of the 7 Absolute sect in the mundane realm. We're family." Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu had already learned about the matter between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian from Hualao. For this reason, he was familiar with Feng Tianwu and Feng Wu Dao. "What about us? How should we address you?" Little Gold, who was usually carefree, behaved herself in front of Feng Qingyang. "You're Little Gold, right?" Feng Qingyang looked at Little Gold before he turned to look at Little Black and Little White. "The 3 of you can address me as Junior Uncle. Junior Uncle Feng." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White hurriedly bowed at Feng Qingyang. Soon after, Feng Qingyang's eyes landed on Mu Yi. "She's Mu Yi, the successor of the 7 Absolute Sect's prophet progeny?" Mu Yi seemed extremely uneasy when she saw Feng Qingyang's gaze on her. You, Duan Lingtian sighed. "Master, she's junior sister Mu Yi." Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Then, his powerful divine consciousness swept out and entered Mu Yi's soul before he quickly withdrew. He shook his head and said, It's indeed troublesome for her to have an incomplete soul. However, it's said that there are treasures in the realms of gods that can repair souls. However, with her condition, even if her soul is repaired, she won't be able to remember much of her past. After all, her incomplete memories have already disappeared along with that portion of her soul. Feng Qingyang said. There's a treasure that can repair junior sister Mu Yi's soul? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. A hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. Even if Mu Yi could not remember her past, it was still a good thing that her soul could be repaired. At the very least, Mu Yi's intelligence would grow. She would no longer be as childlike as she was now. There's such a saying. As for whether it's true or not, we'll have to go to the realms of gods to verify it. Feng Qingyang said. I'll ask Ling Jiuyun about it. Since Mu Yi's soul was about to be restored, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel anxious. After bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang and the others, he made his way to the transportation formation in the Devata realms to return to the primeval heaven. When he arrived in the primeval heaven, he immediately sent a message to Ling Jiuyun to ask if he had the treasure. Yes. Ling Jiuyun quickly replied to Duan Lingtian. Is that why you came all the way here? Why don't you just ask Sister Huang? Ling Jiuyun was confused when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Huang. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He smiled wryly and said, I was too anxious. I only thought about you and forgot about her. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses has ended, right? Duan Lingtian asked. It ended a long time ago. Ling Jiuyun said. It's been a few months since the battle of the geniuses ended. When do you plan to enter the secret chamber in the Tidal Temple's main hall to comprehend the laws? After some time. What about you? Duan Lingtian asked. I should return in a few days. Ling Jiuyun replied. Both of them chatted for a while longer before Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left the primeval heaven through the transportation formation. He returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It only took 15 minutes for Duan Lingtian to return. When Duan Lingtian returned, he discovered his son, daughter, Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were all holding a brocade box in their hands. This is... Duan Lingtian was stunned. Father, this is a gift from Grandmaster, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard this. He looked at Feng Qingyang, but before he could say anything, Feng Qingyang said, They're just small trinkets. They're not worth mentioning. Small trinkets? Duan Lingtian didn't believe that something that could make his master give him a gift would be some small toy. They were definitely valuable items. I'll allocate an area for all of you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You can cultivate there and take a stroll around the heavenly palace. It's quite tiring to stay in Little Tian's little world, right? Feng Qingyang said to Duan Rafeng and the others with a smile. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.